Chapter 1180. Are you Yi Shiwen? Jia Gujenghao directly looked for Yi Shiwen, who was sitting in the seat. Obviously, this sentence was nonsense. If Yi Shiwen could directly find him in the corner, then he must have known about his drawing. So, this sentence was nothing more than nonsense. Yes. Yi Shiwen nodded. I heard that Qian was rescued by you? Jia Gujenghao looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and said, although he was talking about Yi Qian being rescued, as a hardcore supporter of Yi Qian, he did not have the slightest intention to be nice. Yes. Yi Shiwen was stunned. He did not expect this matter to be known by others. Or, with Yi Qian's return, these things were no longer secrets? Yi Shiwen rescued Yi Qian? This is a big news. Why have we never heard of this before? I heard that Yi Qian was trapped overseas, but I didn't know that Yi Shiwen was the reason why Yi Qian could escape. Ah, now that you mention it, I suddenly remember who this Yi Shiwen is. Some time ago, someone broke through the 8th floor of the Martial Essence Tower. It was none other than Yi Shiwen. It turns out that he is the one who broke through the 8th floor of the Martial Essence Tower. Many people recognized Yi Shiwen for the first time. Yi Shiwen had broken through the 8th floor of the Martial Essence Tower and had caused a great sensation at that time. However, the higher-ups didn't have any reaction. Therefore, this matter wasn't known to many people. On the other hand, it was also because Yi Xing was brought into the secret territory to cultivate. Yi Fan also rose to fame after many challenges. Soon, Yi Shiwen's reputation was buried. Many people even thought that it was a misinformation. After all, people who could break through the 8th floor were rare. Many times it was normal for there to be no one for decades. Moreover, if someone really broke through the 8th floor, how could the higher-ups not care about it? This was not scientific. Therefore, many people thought that this was a false rumor. Therefore, when they heard Yi Shiwen's name, they didn't react immediately. Now, they suddenly realized that if there really was such a person, then it wouldn't be a misrepresentation. Yi Feng's attitude, Yi Shue's attitude, or Yi Fan's attitude, who had recently risen to fame, wouldn't be so friendly. One must know that these were all outstanding Heaven's Pride experts. How could an ordinary person make them have such an attitude? They were all smart people. They thought of all kinds of key points almost immediately. But soon they had a bigger problem. If the matter of him passing through the 8th floor was true, then why hadn't the higher-ups made any moves so far? However, these thoughts only lingered in his mind for a moment before he shifted his attention back to the two people present. But no matter what, he is in trouble this time, big trouble. Everyone knows that Jia Gujenghao is Yi Qian's diehard supporter. Any man who approaches Yi Qian will be attacked by him. In the past, a Demon Clan Heaven's Pride expert was chased to death for thousands of miles just because he said something bad about Yi Qian. It can be seen how overbearing he is. Yes, even if he really passed through the 8th floor, the second sky of Law Fei's realm is still the second sky of Law Fei's realm. He has talent, but before it turns into cultivation, everything is empty. Every year, geniuses fall like carps crossing the river. Those who can grow up are geniuses. Those who can't grow up are no different from ants. You should be rewarded for rescuing Qian. But you should have sent her back immediately instead of staying alone with her for several months. Jia Gujenghao said in a cold tone, It's none of your business. Yi Shiwen pulled a long face and said coldly, whether this Jia Gujenghao was Yi Qian's diehard supporter or not, it was none of his business. He actually wanted to pressure Yi Shiwen. Did he really think that he was invincible? Do you know what you are talking about? Jia Gujenghao was slightly stunned. He did not expect Yi Shiwen to say such words. Originally, I only planned to break your hands and feet as a small punishment. Now it seems that if I don't break your martial arts, there is no way to punish you. When the surrounding people heard Jiagu Zhenghao's words, they suddenly felt a chill. It was said that Jiagu Zhenghao was cruel and merciless. Now it seemed that it was true. He only stayed alone with Yi Qianshan for a few months, and he actually wanted to break his hands and feet and cripple his martial arts. How cruel! At this time, many of the geniuses who originally had some thoughts about Yi Qianshan extinguished those thoughts one after another. Although Yi Qianshan was good, she wasn't someone they could reach, not to mention that there was a lunatic protecting her. Perhaps it was because of Jiagu Zhenghao's crazy protection that Yi Qianshan did not chase him away. Although he was annoying, with him blocking the door, no one dared to get close. Those who tried to get close would be attacked by Jiagu Zhenghao. Therefore, they could get some peace. Yi Jie and the others, who were originally in conflict with Yi Shiwen and the others, looked like they were watching a good show at this time. There was even a hint of a sinister expression on their faces. He was still arrogant. This time he had kicked an iron plate, and it was the iron plate of Jiagu Zhenghao, the half-mad man. They could not wait for Yi Shiwen to be beaten to death. They had suffered in front of Yi Mao, Yi Kai, and the others because of Yi Shiwen's existence. You want to break my brother's hands and feet? With just you? Yi Fan immediately stepped forward and said coldly. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura erupted from his body and stopped Jiagu Zhenghao. Jiagu Zhenghao, don't be too arrogant. You also know that this is the Yi family's territory. At this time, Yi Chenglong suddenly said from far away. Jiagu Zhenghao did not even turn around and said, "The people I want to deal with have never met with an accident. If it were not for the fact that he saved Qianshan, I would have killed him with a slap." Yi Shiwen was immediately amused. Did he have to thank Jiagu Zhenghao for not killing him? Yi Mao, Yi Kai, and Yi Qiao all looked at Yi Shiwen with a worried expression. Although they all knew that this newly recognized relative was not simple and could even know Yi Feng, Yi Shui, and other big shots in the younger generation, it was an indisputable fact that he was only at the second heaven of the law manifestation realm. He might have talent, but he also needed time to turn his talent into strength. This was also the opinion of everyone. Yi Shiwen did not deliberately hide his strength. In addition, he had just broken through. There would always be some aura leaking out. Therefore, anyone with a little eyesight could see his current cultivation. "I think I will kill you with a slap first," Yi Fan suddenly said angrily. He was about to make a move, but suddenly a palm was placed on his shoulder and firmly pressed him down. There is no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. To deal with such a small character, a second heaven of the law manifestation realm, is more than enough. However, he heard Yi Shiwen's clear voice. Originally, Yi Fan wanted to persuade Yi Shiwen not to underestimate the enemy. The person in front of him was a figure that even he could feel tyrannical. However, he immediately remembered that Yi Shiwen in front of him was not an ordinary person. Previously, Yi Shiwen was only at the first heaven of the Transcendence realm, but he could actually force him, who was at the fourth heaven of the Transcendence realm, into such a sorry state. Now that Yi Shiwen had entered the second heaven of the Transcendence realm, in terms of strength, he had probably made a huge breakthrough and was extraordinary. Moreover, after knowing Yi Shiwen for this period of time, he also understood that Yi Shiwen was definitely not a reckless person. Yi Shiwen always did things in a well-thought-out manner. He would only do things if he had full confidence. Since he said so, then he must have his reasons. Therefore, he was just a little surprised and did not continue to move forward. That's true. I don't know where this small character came from. There's no need for me to do it myself. You help me get rid of him. Everyone snickered. Yi Fan had a carefree look on his face. However, he was no worse than Yi Shiwen when it came to the degree of sarcasm. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. This Yi Fan is also interesting. I don't know where this small character came from. Jiagu Zhenghao has been famous for many years. I'm afraid that no one has ever looked down on him like this. Yi Feng clutched his stomach and looked like he was about to burst into laughter. Jia Guzhenghao's cheeks twitched slightly, and then he said coldly, "It's just a glib tongue. Later, I will break your hands and feet and abolish your martial arts. Let's see if you still have so much to say after that." "Break my hands and feet and abolish my martial arts?" Yi Shiwen grinned. "Many people have told me this before. Can you guess what happened to them?" "It's just the fate of a group of useless trash who lost to you. What's there to guess? But I'm different from them." Jia Guzhenghao sneered. Yi Shiwen just smiled slightly and did not answer. He immediately took a step and his body flew into the air. "After all, this is the tea ceremony. It's not good to dirty this place with your blood. If you want to fight, come over." Yi Shiwen's words came from the air. Everyone could not help but be secretly shocked. At this moment, Yi Shiwen was still so tough. Does he really have a way to deal with Jia Guzhenghao? His words were not polite at all. It's just a desperate struggle. Jia Guzhenghao did not care about Yi Shiwen's words. He only regarded it as a person's arrogance before death. Then his body swept like an eagle and instantly flew into the air and chased after Yi Shiwen. At this time, the people who were still at the tea ceremony also followed. The ones in the lead were Yi Feng, Yi Shui, and the others. They were the fastest. Almost in an instant, they caught up to him. Yi Shiwen flew all the way to the sky. After confirming that he was far enough from the tea ceremony, he stopped. After almost a few breaths, Jia Guzhenghao caught up. He immediately approached Yi Shiwen. His eyes were full of killing intent. His big hand instantly stretched out and went straight for Yi Shiwen's head. Chapter 1181. The big hand instantly pounced, trying to twist Yi Shiwen's head off on the spot. By doing this, he was absolutely conceited about his own strength. A warrior at the second heaven of the law manifestation realm was not worthy of his attention at all. He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. It was precisely because of this that he made a move so rashly. The terrifying strength of the peak of the fifth heaven of the law manifestation realm was vividly reflected. Although the strength of a top genius had not grown to its peak, it was enough to show some clues. When he had just entered the law manifestation realm, he dared to go deep into the territory of the demon clan and chase them for thousands of miles. Now he had no scruples. Humph! Yi Shiwen immediately blasted out a punch. Innumerable star power instantly condensed and swept into a huge star. Then it fiercely smashed down from the sky. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the big hand was blown up. The big hand that Jia Guzhenghao casually grabbed was not a match for Yi Shiwen's shattered star fist at all. Moreover, the shattered star fist's momentum did not decrease. It directly smashed towards Jia Guzhenghao. "You're courting death." Jia Guzhenghao was slightly surprised when he saw that Yi Shiwen actually broke his big hand with one punch. After all, although it was just a casual grab, it should not be something that a kid at the second heaven of the law manifestation realm could deal with. He suddenly stepped on the ground and avoided Yi Shiwen's big bang stardust fist. In a split second, like a group of flames, his netherworld ghost flame divine technique has improved again. His ghost fire steps is much faster than before. Yi Chenglong, who had just arrived, squinted his eyes and said, although Jia Guzhenghao was not driven out by the Yi family, in the end, the two clans had endless conflicts. They could also be regarded as opponents. They were not simply competitors. If the two clans were to go to war in the future, they would definitely be the backbone of the two clans. Everyone knew about Jia Guzhenghao's netherworld ghost flame divine technique. It was said that it was a secret martial art of the Jiagu clan. Except for a few high-level people, even the clansmen of the Jiagu clan could not break through it. He's a rare genius of the Jiagu clan. It's only natural for him to improve. Yi Shui said indifferently, "This is nothing, but that Yi Shiwen surprised me. He's only at the second sky of the Transcendence realm, yet he can display such combat power. No wonder he could pass through the 8th level. Without such combat power, it's impossible to pass through. No matter what, there will be a good show to watch. It would be best if someone could teach this guy, Jiagu Zhenghao, a good lesson. He dared to peep at Yi Qianqian. Not only did he peep at Yi Qianqian, he even dared to attack our Yi family. How many geniuses have fallen in his hands? If it wasn't for the fact that we can't interfere, we would have taught this guy a good lesson. So fast! Yi Shiwen's punch didn't work, and he was suddenly surprised. He was very clear that although he was walking on the path of heavy power, but in fact, the speed derived from the devil wings was absolutely not slow. Most people only saw that his punches were heavy and powerful, but very few people noticed that his speed was also incomparably fast. It was just that he rarely showed it, that's all. However, he was very clear about it. This Jiagu Zhenghao was indeed extraordinary. His movement technique was also extraordinary. It was no wonder that he was able to chase after the demon clan for thousands of miles. This kind of extremely ferocious person could be said to be a fugitive, and the reason he fled was for Yi Qianqian. From another perspective, it was also a performance of infatuation. However, that had nothing to do with him. He only knew that now Jiagu Zhenghao was threatening his safety and even threatened to break his hands and feet and abolish his martial arts. How vicious was he? For a warrior, breaking his hands and feet, abolishing his martial arts, and turning him into a cripple was a more vicious punishment than being beaten to death. A grayish-white flame suddenly appeared in the sky. After it dissipated, Jiagu Zhenghao's figure appeared in midair. The killing intent in his eyes was even stronger. Although he was surprised by Yi Shiwen's strength, he was even more determined to eliminate Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen grinned and said, "It seems that the world-famous Jiagu Zhenghao is nothing more than this. Are you trying to provoke me? You want me to kill you right now. Don't even think about it." Jiagu Zhenghao said, as if it was a matter of course. The momentum of his body gradually swept up, and his originally black hair began to gradually become grayish-white like a ghost fire. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. He stood tall and straight in midair like a god. "Don't think that anyone can save you. Who am I? I am Jiagu Zhenghao. No one can save the person that I want to kill." Jiagu Zhenghao sneered. His figure instantly flew out like a flame, burning in the sky. Everywhere he passed, the sky seemed to collapse. Countless air was burned through, and there was no light reflected in the air. The whole sky was dark, as if the whole void had collapsed. The scene was extremely terrifying. This Mother Kerr is really a madman. If he starts a fight at the tea ceremony, the whole mountain will be destroyed. Yifeng looked at Jiagu Zhenghao in the sky and cursed. However, his eyes were staring at the two of them. He didn't leave for a moment. He wanted to see how Yi Shiwen would deal with Jiagu Zhenghao. Jiagu Zhenghao was very arrogant, but few people dared to provoke him. The reason was very simple. In the eyes of many people, he was simply a madman. You can reason with others, but can you reason with a madman? He dared to go to the Yi family and beat up many elites who said that they liked Yi Qianqian. He dared to go deep into the hinterland of the demon race to kill heaven's pride. Who would dare to provoke a madman? Even if they were not afraid of fighting with Jiagu Zhenghao, who would want to be targeted by a madman every day. Jiagu Zhenghao used ghost fire steps. Almost every step seemed to be able to trample a resentful soul to death. Ghost fire flickered, and he instantly rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. He retracted his fist, and countless ghost fire twined around it. The fist wind turned into countless malicious ghosts. They opened their bloody mouths, and even the sky seemed to be bitten through. They directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen's face. Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry. He directly formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, a mountain condensed in midair and then directly fell. The mountain fell on these malicious ghosts. This mountain was twined with countless divine golden lights. This was the nemesis of all evil in the world. When these malicious ghosts touched this divine light, they immediately screamed and were suppressed. They turned into a cloud of green smoke, unable to do evil. Boom! The fist wind collided with Yi Shiwen's rippling mountain seal. It was like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The golden and black energy was violent, surging in all directions like a tide. The fresh air that was just burned and replaced was all annihilated and collapsed in an instant. This collision was simply too powerful. The collision this time actually had such power. This was not the combat power that an ordinary Transcendence Realm expert could produce. Even an ordinary expert at the fifth heaven of the Transcendence Realm would find it difficult to reach such a level. The surrounding people were stunned, but the speed of the battle between the two sides was too fast. Those below the Law Manifestation Realm could not even see the afterimage. The Law Manifestation Realm Masters could not see it clearly either. Probably only Yi Feng, Yi Shui, Yi Chenglong, and Yi Yuling could accurately see the shocking collision between the two sides. Because of this, the eyes of these four people were a little shocked. This wave of attack did not work, but Jiagu Zhenghao's next wave of attack came immediately. There was almost no pause, and it blasted again like a tide. Another punch was directly blasted out. On his fist, countless grayish-white flames began to burn. Wherever the fist energy passed, everything turned into a sea of ghostly fire. It was extremely gorgeous. One could imagine how terrifying this punch was. Yi Shiwen spread out his hands, and a golden divinity wall appeared in front of him, blocking in front of him. Boom! Another shocking collision. The grayish-white flames hit the golden wall fiercely. Two terrifying forces rose to the sky, like a vast sea of raging waves, sweeping wildly. The surrounding warriors also propped up their great spirit shield. Even some warriors below the Law Manifestation Realm retreated a little further. Otherwise, these shockwaves alone could shock them to death. So strong. Is this the strength of the top heaven's pride? If it were us, I'm afraid we would be killed by a punch on the spot. These two people are so strong, especially this Yi Shiwen. As a second heaven of Law Manifestation Realm, he can actually compete with Jiagu Zhenghao, who is at the fifth heaven of Law Manifestation Realm. His future achievements will be limitless. I heard that he is the bloodline of our Yi family. He actually has such strength. It's really amazing. Compared to most people's amazement, Yi Shui and the others obviously looked deeper. What kind of physique does this Yi Shiwen have? Jiagu Zhenghao's netherworld, ghost body, tempered by ghost fire day and night, is a famous tyrannical physique. This Yi Shiwen can actually compete with him at a level lower than him by 3 realms. His physique is so strong. Yi Feng slowly became serious. The top geniuses who could cultivate to their level naturally did not have any obvious shortcomings. There was no need to talk about those who conquered the world with their physical bodies like Yi Fan. Even geniuses who did not specialize in their physical bodies often had their own set of physical cultivation techniques. Almost all of them had tyrannical, special constitutions. Some were born with them, while others were tempered afterwards. Those heaven's pride who were not good at physical bodies were just not good at physical bodies. But it did not mean that their physical bodies were weak. What's more, Jiagu Zhenghao had a famous tyrannical physique, netherworld, ghost body. Even if they were in the same realm, they did not dare to say that they could suppress the netherworld, ghost body, let alone when they were 3 realms lower. This Yi Shiwen had a fortuitous encounter. It was probably a great fortuitous encounter. However, thinking about it, if he did not have a great fortuitous encounter, how could he have such strength outside? In the middle of the field, the battle became more and more intense. Chapter 1182. Yi Shiwen's tyrannical strength shocked these geniuses. They did not expect that Yi Shiwen, who was only at the second heaven of the Law Phase realm, could compete with Jiagu Zhenghao, who was at the 5th heaven of the Law Phase realm. If it was just an ordinary 5th heaven of the Law Phase realm, it would be fine. Maybe some secret techniques could achieve such an effect. However, Jiagu Zhenghao was not an ordinary person. An ordinary fifth heaven of the law phase realm was not much stronger than an ant in his eyes. It was enough to make Yi Shiwen extraordinary. He, I said that if he entered the second heaven of the law phase realm, he would definitely be a good opponent. Not far away, Yi Fan grinned and said, Yi Mao, Yi Kai, and Yi Chao Chao next to him were also excited from the initial nervousness. Originally, they could not imagine the scene of Yi Shiwen fighting against these tyrannical geniuses, but now they were excited after seeing it with their own eyes. After all, the person fighting in front of them was their brother, especially Yi Chao Chao, who had a smug look on her face as if this person was her. The scene of the battle between the two sides was too terrifying. No one could stand within 100 miles of both sides. The aftermath of their casual attacks could shake dozens of miles. It was simply unimaginable. Jiagu Zhenghao let out a long roar. His gray hair actually burned like a flame, like a man of fire. He really had the power to uproot mountains and rivers. A punch suddenly blasted out. The fist pressure directly tore the vast sky, and the chi shook for hundreds of miles. Not far away, many people who were close had to move away to avoid being injured by this power. His punch seemed as if it would pierce through the vault of heaven. It came crashing down towards Yi Shiwen. It was incomparably violent. The air around Yi Shiwen's body was silently annihilated. The scene was extremely horrifying. Yi Shiwen sneered, and his expression did not change. Countless stars appeared around his body, as if it had turned into a cosmic vacuum, and it collided with Jiagu Zhenghao's punch. Big Bang Stardust Fist. Yi Shiwen's fist fiercely smashed down. It possessed unimaginable might. Boom! Two terrifying fists collided in midair, creating an unimaginable shockwave. How could Jiagu Zhenghao not see that Yi Shiwen's physical body was not just tyrannical? His eyes were even more crazy and murderous. Originally, he only thought that Yi Shiwen was an insignificant character who dared to be so arrogant because he saved Yi Qianqian. It should not be enough to leave a deep impression in Yi Qianqian's heart, but now it seemed that he was wrong. The Yi Shiwen in front of him was not a small character. He could actually fight evenly with him at the second heaven of Law Phase Realm. Doesn't that mean he's more talented than me? How could he admit this? The only way was to kill him, no matter what kind of genius he was. Go die! Anyone who dared to appear by Yi Qianqian's side or covet her would have to die. Not only Jitani Zhenghao, but the others were also dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that there was such a strong physique. Even Jitani Masayoshi found it hard to take the beating. Unlike Jiagu Zhenghao, Yi Shiwen was full of heroic spirit. The blood and energy in his body turned into a golden mist and boiled. Haha, the famous Jitani Zhenghao is only SOSO. It's just a small trick. You want to break my limbs and abolish my martial arts? It's ridiculous. You're just a guy who can't even protect himself. At this time, Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. He had been in a defensive state all along. At this time, he actually took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward and scattered golden light all over the sky. It was brilliant and dazzling like a golden god. He blasted towards Jitani Zhenghao in the air. You're courting death. Seeing that he was underestimated by Yi Shiwen, Jitani Zhenghao was furious. Countless netherworld flames burned behind him. In these netherworld flames, the howls of countless ghosts and vengeful spirits could be heard. Then, a terrifying figure slowly appeared. It was like a supreme emperor who ruled the world, overlooking all living beings in the world. It was ridiculous, sad, and not worth mentioning. Just at this time, the emperor's face showed a cold and ferocious expression. It was no different from Jitani Zhenghao. What a powerful emperor of the underworld! At this time, Yi Yuling deliberately raised her voice in the distance so that Yi Shiwen could hear her. They were competitors, so they were very clear about Jitani Zhenghao's trump card. However, they were afraid that Yi Shiwen didn't know, so they reminded him. Although they didn't say too much, It was enough to make Yi Shiwen vigilant and not deal with it easily. However, she guessed correctly. Yi Shiwen didn't know the origin of the figure behind him. However, he knew that it would not be simple. Naturally, he would not deal with it rashly. However, he also appreciated Yi Yuling's kindness. At this moment, the Emperor of the Underworld seemed to turn everything he could see into his underworld god kingdom. An underworld god's staff appeared in his hand. As he waved it, endless divine light surged. In an instant, a terrifying aura column blasted towards Yi Shiwen on the spot, wanting to annihilate Yi Shiwen in one fell swoop. At this time, Yi Shiwen was not afraid at all. All the golden divinity condensed into a huge golden statue in an instant, appearing behind him. Its facial features were unclear, but vaguely it looked like Yi Shiwen's appearance. This was the god in his heart. In this world, there was no god worthy of his worship. The only person he would worship was himself. No one else was qualified to do so. At this moment, his heart was the supreme existence. A long sword appeared in his hand. This was an unimaginable sword intention. The sword intention instantly spread out. At this moment, all the ways between heaven and earth were expelled. Only the swordsmanship burst out with unimaginable light. At this moment, the swordsmanship suppressed the other ways. Everyone had a feeling of fear. It was as if the way they walked had to surrender to the swordsmanship. This was an invincible way. It was an independent way. It did not follow the ordinary path of cultivation, but directly started from the path of cultivation. Yi Shiwen waved the sword intention in his hand and faced it directly. This was not only a competition of strength between the two sides, but also the understanding of both sides of their respective ways. Everyone was stunned, as if they were scared. They didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would have the strength to contend against Jia Gu Zhenghao. If that wasn't too surprising, then it really scared many people now. There were many ways to improve strength in a very short period of time. It was like a child who took stimulants and had the strength to compete with adults. Or some people were born with divine strength. At a young age, they had the strength to move forward. However, in terms of the understanding of the way, it was definitely not something that could be improved in such a way. But now, Yi Shiwen's understanding of martial arts was not inferior to Jia Gu Zhenghao at all. In fact, it was even better. That was really the real future. At this time, what both sides learned and the will of both sides collided fiercely in the void, eroding each other. Dang! 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 Yi Shiwen's long sword and the staff of the Emperor of the Underworld had already collided countless times in an instant. The staff of the Emperor of the Underworld was not an entity, but it was comprehended by Jia Gu Zhenghao according to the cultivation of the netherworld ghost flame divine technique. Yi Shiwen's sword intention was not a real sword, but his own sword intention that he comprehended. It was an existence that was unimaginable to everyone, especially Yi Shui and the others who saw the scene. All of them had a dignified look on their faces. Strictly speaking, they were all competitors. Yi Shiwen and Jiatu Masako actually had such martial arts comprehension. They were definitely not to be underestimated. The other half-step transcendence realm experts were mesmerized. Although they might not be able to completely understand the Tao of these two people, they could see that the martial arts they displayed were extremely exquisite. Just by watching the battle between these two huge phantoms, it was as if they were watching a battle between two Daos. Jia Gu Zhenghao was indeed a genius. Perhaps Yi Shiwen's talent was far less tyrannical than his, but Yi Shiwen had the mysterious space. He maintained a strong state of deduction almost all the time. Although he was only in the realm and cultivation of the second heaven of the law manifestation realm, in fact, his actual understanding of martial arts was far from that simple. It was even more tyrannical than these heavens' pride experts. Soon, Yi Shiwen, who had a better understanding of martial arts, had the absolute upper hand, and Jia Gu Zhenghao's Emperor of the Underworld was completely suppressed by Yi Shiwen. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen's sword intent continued to slash down in the void. At first, the Emperor of the Underworld could still compete with Yi Shiwen, but it was soon completely suppressed by Yi Shiwen. Originally, his understanding of martial arts was far inferior to Yi Shiwen. Moreover, the power of the Emperor of the Underworld was completely restrained by Yi Shiwen's divinity attribute. It was completely suppressed. Boom! With a loud roar, Yi Shiwen's long sword broke through all the defenses of the Emperor of the Underworld. The sword stabbed into the body of the Emperor of the Underworld. Endless sword intent instantly swept through the body of the Emperor of the Underworld and surrounded it. Almost at that instant, the huge Underworld Emperor let out a shrill cry and suddenly collapsed into endless green smoke. It was as if it was composed of these gases. In this competition of martial arts understanding, Jia Zhenghao was completely at a disadvantage. He probably did not expect this. In the collapsed Emperor of the Underworld, Jia Zhenghao's figure gradually appeared. Yi Shiwen finally moved at this time. His figure suddenly flashed, and he pounced forward to kill. Chapter 1183. Jia Zhenghao was still immersed in the fact that the Emperor of the Netherworld was killed by Yi Shiwen's sword. At this time he only saw a golden light passing by, and a huge fist instantly blasted on his forehead. He had no time to dodge. Although his speed was fast, Yi Shiwen's speed was also extraordinary. In the case where he had no defense at all, he could not resist at all. Dang! Amidst the sound of metal colliding, Yi Shiwen's fist directly hit his eye socket. The punch directly blasted him into a meteor. If his body was not strong enough, he would have been killed directly by this punch. However, Yi Shiwen's punch still directly made him dizzy. His head was almost blown up by this punch. He was definitely seeing stars, and his ears were constantly buzzing. However, his eye socket was also directly blackened by the punch. However, Yi Shiwen did not intend to let him go. The moment when he was blasted away, Yi Shiwen almost instantly rushed up again, like a golden humanoid lightning. Boom! 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 There was a continuous loud roar, and Jia Zhenghao's body was constantly blasted in the air like a sandbag. It's best to kill that arrogant guy. Yi Fan shouted outside the arena, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Jia Zhenghao was constantly blasted away by Yi Shiwen in the sky like a sandbag. Although he was not killed on the spot, it also made him extremely angry. For him, this was simply a great humiliation. No, it should be said that for him he could not defeat Yi Shiwen, who was only at the second heaven of law, manifestation realm. For him, it was already a kind of humiliation, and Yi Shiwen's battle only deepened this sense of humiliation. Boom! When Yi Shiwen blasted another punch, it was blocked by Jia Zhenghao. Although Jia Zhenghao was still sent flying by the huge force, he was in a much better state than before. Damn it, damn it, damn it! His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had never been put in such a difficult situation before. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and he was depressed to death. Whether it was speed, strength, or understanding of martial arts, when facing Yi Shiwen, he was at a disadvantage in all aspects. He felt that he was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. This was something he absolutely could not accept. The so-called battle between experts only lasted for a moment. The slightest difference could lead to a great loss. Just a small difference, when accumulated, led to Jia Zhenghao's complete defeat. I really didn't expect that Jia Zhenghao would be at a complete disadvantage in the end. Although there isn't much of a difference in their physical bodies, I didn't expect the situation to be like this. This is unbelievable. You must know that Jia Zhenghao had come to trouble Yi Shiwen in an overbearing manner. He had threatened to break Yi Shiwen's hands and feet, and even cripple his martial arts. But now, everything has developed into this situation. The surrounding people were discussing fervently. Especially when Jia Zhenghao heard it, he felt like vomiting blood. He almost spat out a mouthful of old shui. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? especially when he was in a disadvantageous position. It was simply a humiliation, a blatant humiliation. As a proud and arrogant person, he had never suffered such a big loss before. Moreover, it was a nobody that he had never heard of before. He did not know where this nobody came from. Jiagu Zhenghao, the genius of the Jiagu clan, is just trash. Yi Shiwen unceremoniously sneered and said, in the eyes of many people who didn't know him, he might be a very good-natured and easygoing person. However, those who truly understood him would know what kind of person he was. He wasn't a vile person, but he wasn't a broad-minded person either. In other words, he was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Jiagu Zhenghao's indiscriminate action of wanting to break his hands and feet and cripple his martial arts had completely enraged him. Yi Shiwen, originally I only wanted to cripple your martial arts, but now it seems that you are seeking your own death. Today, even if the great principal golden deity descends to the world, he can't save you. Jiagu Zhenghao looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and said. His expression was cold. The injuries caused by Yi Shiwen were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! On Jiagu Zhenghao's body, a terrifying aura swept out. Countless gray flames burned in his body. His entire person looked like a living person. Yi Shiwen's expression became slightly dignified. After being entangled with these flames, Yi Shiwen could feel that Jiagu Zhenghao's aura had actually become stronger. He was originally at the peak of the fifth heaven of the law phase realm. Now, it had actually increased by a level. Although it had not reached the level of the sixth heaven of the law phase realm, it was enough for Yi Shiwen to take it seriously. However, it was only to the extent of taking it seriously. It was not enough to make Yi Shiwen afraid. The long sword condensed by the sword intent in Yi Shiwen's hand began to buzz. It stood in the air with an extraordinary aura. It did not change because of Jiagu Zhenghao's words. At this moment, Jiagu Zhenghao made his move. He instantly appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. His speed was much faster than before. He was like a ball of flame and lightning. He bombarded Yi Shiwen like a violent storm. He blasted out a punch. Countless flames instantly covered the sky and crushed towards Yi Shiwen. Even though Yi Shui and the others were far away from these flames, they could still feel the horrifying temperature. If a transcendent realm warrior rushed in, he would probably be burned to ashes on the spot. Boom! Countless flames had already swept towards Yi Shiwen. They actually swept out tongues of flames and waves of fire, forming a horrifying attack. They wanted to burn Yi Shiwen alive. Moreover, these weren't ordinary flames, they were netherworld ghost flames. The so-called netherworld ghost flames were flames born from the bodies of dead people. When collected, they would be able to display great power. However, such a cultivation technique naturally wouldn't be an upright one. However, yin and yang itself were the two sides of the Great Way. The extreme yin and extreme evil martial techniques were also mighty and extraordinary when utilized to the extreme. However, it was a pity that he encountered Yi Shiwen. The so-called righteous and evil who could restrain who was never an accurate statement. If the power of the evil path was strong enough, it could also completely restrain the power of the righteous path. Unfortunately, he encountered Yi Shiwen. In terms of strength, Yi Shiwen would only be stronger than him. Yi Shiwen was not afraid at all. With a long sword in his hand, there was no other way in the world. The long sword in his hand instantly danced with unimaginable brilliance. The sword pierced through the air. In an instant, the sword light broke through the waves of fire. Under the suppression of Yi Shiwen's sword intent, the tongues of flames and waves of fire were annihilated in large batches. One could imagine the horrifying scene. Boom! A shocking collision occurred between the long sword and the fist. The fight between the two directly made the sun and moon lose their brilliance in the sky region. The sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. Both of them were very powerful. He had given up too many techniques because he found that his own techniques were probably not comparable to Yi Shiwen's. He only had strength. After igniting the ghost fire, his strength had probably surpassed Yi Shiwen's. This was the area where he was most confident of defeating Yi Shiwen. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Shiwen kept retreating. Sure enough, as Jiagu Zhenghao expected, Yi Shiwen was indeed not as tyrannical as him. This time, Yi Shiwen fell into a disadvantageous position and kept retreating. This was also the first time Yi Shiwen retreated since the fight started. It was also the first time he had the upper hand in the contest of strength with Yi Shiwen. Both of them walked the path of 1 man can defeat 10 men. Having an advantage in terms of strength was equivalent to having an advantage in the battle. Of course, it didn't mean that he would only take this path, but he would have different ways to deal with different opponents. Yi Shiwen didn't care what kind of opponent he was facing. He would crush them to death. After all, he was an exception. Haha, Yi Shiwen, you are dead today. Jiagu Zhenghao suddenly burst into laughter. Most of the depression in his heart dissipated. He launched a counterattack and rushed towards Yi Shiwen. After Yi Shiwen fell into a disadvantageous position, he did not escape or give up. On the contrary, he rushed towards Jiagu Zhenghao. Tit for tat, Yi Shiwen did not give up. You are really courting death. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The flames on Jiagu Zhenghao's body became more vigorous. Boom, boom, boom. Every strike of Yi Shiwen's long sword seemed to be able to split the sky. However, in the face of Jiagu Zhenghao's netherworld ghost flame divine technique, he was still forced to retreat. The battle was exceptionally intense. Both sides had already reached this point, so they didn't intend to hold back anymore. Both sides were going all out. At this time, blood was constantly seeping out of Yi Shiwen's body. Because of the terrifying collision, his body was actually bleeding, and then it leaked out through the capillaries. It looked extremely terrifying, like a person covered in blood. Second brother, Yi Qiao suddenly exclaimed. She covered her small mouth, and there was a bit of anxiety and panic in her eyes. Although she had only known Yi Shiwen for a few days, she had already accepted Yi Shiwen's existence. This second brother, who was very capable and knew many great figures of the younger generation, looked like a person covered in blood. How could she not be worried? At this moment, Yi Kai and Yi Mao were watching the battle nervously, especially Yi Mao. Although he had already entered the Transcendence realm, it was impossible for him to interfere with the battle between the two of them. He could barely see the movements of the two of them. On the contrary, Yi Fan, who was next to him, seemed to have noticed something at this time. He said, "This kid, is he crazy?" Chapter 1184. On the contrary, Yi Fan, who was next to him, seemed to have noticed something at this time. He said, "This kid, is he crazy?" Not only Yi Fan, but Yi Shui, Yi Chenglong, Yi Feng, and Yi Yuling also seemed to have noticed something. They all showed a shocked expression. It can't be. Doesn't he know what is going on? This is too exaggerated. F***CK, this kid. Several people said in shock. Brother Yi Fan, what the hell is going on? At this time, Yi Qiao quickly asked. He could not even clearly see the fight between the two of them. He could only see all kinds of gorgeous and terrifying martial techniques constantly colliding in the void. He could only see when Yi Shiwen was sent flying, he was already covered in blood. He had become a bloody man. He did not know what Yi Fan was talking about. Now Yi Shiwen is completely at a disadvantage. Yi Fan said, "Although this Jiagu Zhenghao is arrogant, his strength is also top-notch. Especially now, he must have burned some of his life's potential. So his strength has increased greatly temporarily. Fortunately, he hasn't stepped into the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. Otherwise, there would really be no way to fight." Yi Fan explained. He had a good relationship with Yi Shiwen, and these people were all Yi Shiwen's relatives. For him, it was natural that he accepted them. However, even if this kid really has such a secret technique, he would not dare to use it. That kind of secret technique is too harmful. Once it is used, I am afraid he will become a useless person in the future, Yi Fan said with squinted eyes. He looked slightly excited, as if he saw another worthy opponent. He actually wants to use Jiagu Zhenghao's strength to hone himself. If I am not wrong, he should be a genius who just ascended to the second level of the law phase realm. His realm should be unstable and needs to be consolidated. But he actually wants to use the battle with Jiagu Zhenghao to consolidate his realm. No, he even hopes to go to the next level. You can't see it, so you don't know that although Yi Shiwen will be directly sent flying every time, his strength is actually growing inch by inch. Yi Fan's face showed a bit of surprise. Although he had always been a person who was not afraid of anything, even if he was not afraid of anything, he was still a normal person. In his eyes, Yi Shiwen was no different from a madman. It was true that one could not judge a book by its cover. Yi Shiwen, who had always been gentle and elegant, actually had such a crazy side. He did not know what Yi Shiwen had experienced all these years outside to cause him to be so crazy. One had to know that such a terrifying battle before the realm was consolidated was likely to cause the originally unstable realm to collapse. It was possible that he would directly fall back to the first level of the law phase realm. Although it was only theoretically possible, there were so many people in the ancient Barrens continent. There were countless people who encountered such things every day. At least, if it were him, he would definitely not dare to do so. After all, if he really fell back, it would really be too late to cry. Moreover, he was not only using this battle to consolidate his realm, but he was also using this battle to improve his strength. He could clearly see that Yi Shiwen's strength was improving little by little, even though he was constantly being blasted away. Although the extent and range weren't too big, it was enough to shock the world for them. He could feel that the countless spiritual energy in Yi Shiwen's body was overflowing. This was replenished after burning spirit crystals. It seemed like Yi Shiwen was cultivating while fighting. If it were him, he might dare to do this if it was a weaker enemy. However, if the opponent was Jiagu Zhenghao, he would definitely not dare to do it. Even if he dared to do it, he would be beaten to death. Although Yi Shiwen did not seem to be injured, much each time he was blasted away, his internal organs were bleeding from the shock. One could imagine the internal injuries. However, what made him feel strange was that no matter how many times Yi Shiwen was sent flying, apart from the fact that his whole body was covered in blood, his aura was still strong and didn't weaken much. This was also the reason why he was very surprised. However, with his eyesight, he could quickly see that Yi Shiwen definitely had an amazing healing technique. Otherwise, it was impossible to do it. He faintly understood that Yi Shiwen dared to do this, not only because he was angry, but also because he had some trump cards. However, even so, in his eyes, Yi Shiwen's behavior was still bold enough. If Yi Fan and the others could see it, how could Jiagu Zhenghao, who had been fighting with Yi Shiwen, not see it? He did not even need to look, because he could feel that every time Yi Shiwen attacked again, his strength was tyrannical. This kind of improvement was simply unimaginable. He had already entered the peak of the fifth heaven of the Transcendence realm. Unless he used a secret technique like this, his combat power could only be greatly improved after breaking through to the sixth heaven of the Transcendence realm. Therefore, he could not be like Yi Shiwen, where his combat power was improving almost every minute and second. Unless he directly broke through to the sixth heaven of the Transcendence realm, there was not much room for improvement. Yi Shiwen, on the other hand, was different. He had just entered the second heaven of the Transcendence realm. He was improving every moment, especially when he was burning the spirit crystals and bloodstones from the Tianyuan mirror. His improvement was especially terrifying. It had actually reached a point where it was visible to the naked eye. Boom! Yi Shiwen was blasted away again, but this time it was different. Jiagu Zhenghao was actually forced to take a step back. This was something that had never happened since just now, especially after he burned the netherworld ghost fire and stimulated his potential. He looked at Yi Shiwen in astonishment. In his eyes, there was not only that kind of astonishment, but also a bit of imperceptible fear, because he found that no matter how hard he tried, no matter what trump card he showed, it seemed that there was no way to really deal with Yi Shiwen, especially when Yi Shiwen actually used him as a whetstone for cultivation. The trace of fear was quickly suppressed, and it was replaced by endless anger. Someone actually dared to use him as a whetstone. He was simply burning with anger. And this change also fell into the eyes of the surrounding elites. They weren't fools. It was just that the movements of Yi Shiwen and Yi Shiwen were too fast, so fast that they couldn't catch it. However, it didn't mean that they couldn't see it with their eyes. When this result was seen by them, they immediately made a judgment in their hearts. Yi Shiwen was becoming stronger, and correspondingly, Jiagu Zhenghao's advantage was losing bit by bit. It was hard to imagine that someone could do this. If it were them, even if they could persist, they would not be able to persist for long before being beaten to death. Except for Yi Shiwen, no one dared to say that they could do it. I didn't expect that Jiagu Zhenghao still couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen after burning his potential. These were the elites of the Yi family, and their eyes were very sharp. They were very clear that Yi Shiwen's injury seemed to be very serious, but in fact, it was not that exaggerated. They did not see him pouncing at Jiagu Zhenghao with vigor every time. This time, Jiagu Zhenghao really kicked an iron plate. I am afraid it will not be so easy. Originally, everyone thought that Yi Shiwen kicked an iron plate this time. He actually provoked a lunatic like Jiagu Zhenghao. Although this matter seemed a little undeserved in their eyes, what could they do about it? In this world, the weak had no rights to speak of. However, the situation was reversed in the blink of an eye. Yi Shiwen looked at Jiagu Zhenghao's depressed expression, and then looked at Yi Shiwen, who was full of vigor and vitality. Wasn't it obvious who had kicked the iron plate? This was a fight of life and death. No one dared to relax at all, because a little carelessness might result in a tragic death on the spot. While the two were fighting, the others had goosebumps. The fight of life and death between the two had given them too much shock, especially Yi Shiwen. It was enough to be proud that he could fight with Jiagu Zhenghao until now. After all, his realm was much lower than Jiagu Zhenghao's. It was certain that no matter who won this battle, Yi Shiwen would become famous. He would be ranked among the top geniuses of the Yi family. Originally, many people did not take Yi Shiwen seriously. So what if he could pass the 8th floor of the Martial Essence Tower? Passing the 8th floor did not mean that he had the strength to be ranked among the top geniuses. He only had the potential. It was still a problem whether he could really turn his potential into strength. If he encountered something along the way, he might die prematurely. So when Yi Shiwen was challenged by Jiagu Zhenghao at the beginning, many people lamented that another genius might die here. Who knew that it would be like this? Yes, Yi Shiwen's realm was much lower than Jiagu Zhenghao's, but he did not show the slightest sign of weakness in the fight. For them, this was already enough to be a top genius. Whether they admitted it or not, this matter had already happened. Kill, die. Jiagu Zhenghao let out a terrifying roar. He could not continue to drag on like this. Not only was Yi Shiwen getting stronger every moment, but his strength was also getting weaker every moment. Chapter 1185. Kill, die. Jiagu Zhenghao let out a terrifying roar. He couldn't continue to drag on like this. Not only was Yi Shiwen getting stronger every moment, but his strength was also getting weaker every moment. He knew very well that he could have such strength in such a short period of time because of the secret technique. However, this secret technique could not be maintained forever. After reaching the peak just now, it was constantly weakening. Although this degree wasn't very obvious at present, but after the addition and subtraction of Yi Shiwen's progress, his legs would reach a terrifying level. Yi Shiwen's progress had made his weakness even more obvious. Soon, it would reach a critical point where his strength and Yi Shiwen's would reach the same value. After that, the situation would be completely reversed. At that time, he would not be suppressing Yi Shiwen anymore. Instead, he would be completely suppressed by Yi Shiwen. He could feel that the strength of his whole body was draining away. He couldn't go on like this. He directly blasted a punch toward Yi Shiwen. Countless qi was burned into ghost fire. Then, he pounced toward Yi Shiwen with a greater degree of power. However, for Yi Shiwen, these were no different. He was almost completely immersed in this kind of enlightenment. The Mingxin ancient tree shrouded the depths of his sea of consciousness, allowing him to be in the best spiritual combat state at all times. The Phoenix regeneration technique was constantly repairing the injuries in his body, allowing his body to be in the best combat state. Therefore, he was not afraid at all. As long as he was not killed at once, then everything was still under his control. This was something that others could not do, but he could. Boom, boom, boom. As the saying goes, more haste, less speed. Jia Gu Zhenghao, who wanted to take down Yi Shiwen in a hurry, found that he could not do it at all. Originally, when he was at his peak state, there was no way to take down Yi Shiwen. Not to mention that his strength was declining now, while Yi Shiwen's strength was steadily rising. The so-called offensive and defensive situation was easy. After failing to take down Yi Shiwen quickly, the strength of both sides gradually equalized. Every time there was a violent collision, Jia Gu Zhenghao was also blasted out. It was not like the previous situation where only Yi Shiwen was blasted out. No one knew how long it had been. For the people watching the battle outside, almost every second was as long as a year. Many people were fascinated. In fact, many people came to this tea ceremony hoping to see these top heavens pride duel to give them some inspiration in martial arts. Although the two of them weren't exchanging pointers, but a true life and death struggle, such a battle was even more valuable as a reference, and the martial Tao that erupted from it was even more brilliant and brilliant. The whole situation had changed from Jia Gu Zhenghao having the upper hand to Yi Shiwen gradually turning the tables. The battle between the two of them was getting more and more tragic. Although both of their bodies were very tyrannical, it was still not enough compared to the destructive power of Jia Gu Zhenghao. Yi Shiwen was gradually able to leave wounds on Jia Gu Zhenghao's body. Although his physique was tyrannical, although the healing martial technique he cultivated was also very good, there was no way to compare with Yi Shiwen. As his strength weakened, the wounds on his body increased. Soon, he became a bloody man like Yi Shiwen. Both sides' bodies were about to explode from each other's attacks. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sound swept up an endless energy tide. It was like the waves of the sea sweeping out in circles. It spread out in all directions like a ball. A figure flew out from it. Everyone took a closer look and realized that it was Jitani Masako. However, Yi Shiwen, who was supposed to fly out, was standing firmly in the air. He didn't move at all. All the flames on Jia Gu Zhenghao's body were instantly annihilated. The secret technique he had activated was finally over. Although he still had the strength to blow up an ordinary expert at the fifth heaven of the law phase realm, it was only an ordinary expert at the fifth heaven of the law phase realm. Yi Shiwen in front of him was not at the fifth heaven of the law phase realm, nor was he ordinary. His secret technique ended, and Yi Shiwen was at his peak. Yi Shiwen looked at Jia Gu Zhenghao with some disappointment. He originally thought that Jia Gu Zhenghao could help him climb all the way to the peak of the second heaven of the law phase realm. Who knew that Jia Gu Zhenghao would be able to help him climb all the way to the peak of the second heaven of the law phase realm? Who knew that Jia Gu Zhenghao would be able to use the secret technique so quickly? Although he had improved a lot compared to before, there was still a big gap between the peak of the second heaven of the law phase realm. His eyes were cold as he looked at Jia Gu Zhenghao coldly. He took a step forward and chased after Jia Gu Zhenghao. Bang! Jia Gu Zhenghao was directly blown away like a ball. He hit the ground hard and created a big pit. Jia Gu Zhenghao didn't know how many ribs were broken in his chest. He was constantly coughing up blood. He looked at Yi Shiwen with resentment in his eyes. However, there was an even more frightened expression in his eyes. He had been beaten by Yi Shiwen to the point that he was scared. Even if he was arrogant, even if he had a glorious battle record in the past, he was nothing in front of Yi Shiwen. He couldn't rely on him at all. Now he truly felt despair. He could feel the feelings of those who had been defeated, killed, and crippled by him. This was the first time he felt that he was in such a thrilling situation. Yi Shiwen walked down step by step, as if he was taking a stroll in the park, until he was in front of Jia Gujenghao. What is he going to do? At this time, this thought emerged in everyone's mind. Everyone didn't know what Yi Shiwen wanted to do, but now Yi Shiwen had gained the upper hand. He was the winner, and everyone could only look at him helplessly. Actually, I forgot to say that I am a very stingy person. Yi Shiwen grinned. The qi in his body shook, and the blood on his body disappeared. But in the eyes of Jia Gujenghao, this smile was extremely terrifying. You, what are you going to do? Jia Gujenghao could not help but scream. Didn't you say that you would break my hands and feet and cripple my martial arts? I guess it is not the first time you have done this. Today, I will let you have a taste of the thoughts of those who have died in your hands, or those who have lived a life worse than death because of you. Yi Shiwen grinned and continued to laugh. At this time, everyone was shocked. No one expected that Yi Shiwen would actually dare to cripple Jia Gujenghao. Previously, when Jia Gujenghao said that he would cripple Yi Shiwen, many people did not take it seriously. Even Yi Feng and the others could not let Jia Gujenghao cripple Yi Shiwen, so they only treated it as words of anger. Of course, everyone also knew that Jia Gujenghao had a bad record, and countless people had been crippled by him. But even so, they still could not believe that someone would really dare to cripple him. Jia Gujenghao was arrogant, but that was Jia Gujenghao. He had the strength, the confidence, and the background. In the Jiagu clan, he was also a famous genius. When he killed the demon clan's Heaven's Pride last time, it caused a certain degree of friction between the two clans. In the end, the Jiagu clan came forward to protect Jia Gujenghao. One could imagine how important Jia Gujenghao was in the Jiagu clan. Even if many people had the ability to defeat him, they did not want to do so. Otherwise, they would provoke the Jiagu clan. It was simply a hot potato. Unless it was in private and no one saw it, no one would choose to do anything to Jia Gujenghao. They all had scruples, but obviously this unspoken rule was useless to Yi Shiwen. I am a very fair person. I will treat others the same way they treat me. So far, there have been no exceptions. Yi Shiwen laughed. Fair. Everyone was about to faint. Fair? What does this have to do with fairness? What are you doing? If you cripple my martial arts, the Jiagu clan will definitely not let you go. Jia Gujenghao was finally afraid. At this time, he began to regret in his heart. Why did he provoke such a lunatic for no reason? He had always felt that his actions were already very unscrupulous. However, it was nothing compared to Yi Shiwen in front of him. Pah! That was a loud slap. Jia Gujenghao still wanted to say something, but he was slapped by Yi Shiwen. He felt dizzy, and his teeth were almost broken. His heart was full of resentment. When had he ever been so miserable, so long-winded? You have no memory, Yi Shiwen said coldly. He looked at Jia Gujenghao's resentful eyes. He sneered and continued, I've said it before. I'll treat others the same way they treat me. There's no exception. What Jiagu clan? Let them come if they have the ability. As Yi Shiwen said, he directly stepped on Jia Gujenghao's right leg. Jia Gujenghao screamed. The bones in his right leg were crushed by Yi Shiwen's foot. Everyone suddenly felt a chill down their spine. No matter how they looked at Yi Shiwen, they could only feel a chill rushing from the soles of their feet to their heads. Yi Shiwen's ruthlessness had scared them, and this was exactly the effect that Yi Shiwen wanted. He knew that there were many people in the Yi clan who couldn't bear to look at him, and he didn't know how many people were scheming against him. So he had to be ruthless. He had to be more ruthless than everyone else. He had to be so ruthless that they would be afraid of him. He had to make them retreat in the face of difficulties. As the saying goes, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. He hadn't done anything, but there was such a chicken coming to his door. The genius of the Jiagu clan. Ha! What a great reputation. However, he would soon become a cripple. Chapter 1186. He really dared to do it. That was the only thought in everyone's mind. Although they all hated Jiagu Zhenghao, they had to admit that he did have the strength and confidence to be arrogant. Besides, he had the Jiagu clan behind him, which was a colossus. Behind the Jiagu clan was the Alliance of the 100 Races, which was a giant enough to compete with the human race. Because of these layers of relationships, they were angry with Jiagu Zhenghao, but they did not dare to speak. Even if Yi Shui and the others could defeat Jiagu Zhenghao, they would not dare to do such a thing. They had scruples in their hearts, so they did not dare to do something as crazy as Yi Shiwen and Jiagu Zhenghao. You actually dared to cripple my leg. Jiagu Zhenghao opened his eyes wide and roared. It seemed that Yi Shiwen's kick had finally awakened him from a dream. He was invincible in the dream. No enemy could be his opponent. However, after waking up, he realized that everything he had done to others in the dream was now being used on him. Jiagu Zhenghao looked at Jiagu Zhenghao with his eyes wide open. Jiagu Zhenghao roared. After entering the law manifestation realm, his physical body was naturally far more powerful than ordinary people. Even if his hands and feet were broken, there was a way to reconnect them. However, there was also a premise, which was that the other party did not deliberately destroy it. Now, Yi Shiwen deliberately crippled his right leg. The bones were completely crushed, and the muscles were completely necrotic. Even for a law manifestation realm master, this was an unsolvable deadlock. It was difficult to treat. All of this was imposed on me by you. Now I'm just letting you feel it. Yi Shiwen sneered and directly stepped down. Crack! There was a horrifying sound of bones breaking. Jiagu Zhenghao's left leg was directly crushed by Yi Shiwen's foot. He desperately wanted to avoid it, but he did not have much strength in his body. After using the secret technique, his strength had been reduced to the lowest level in history. How could he avoid Yi Shiwen's step? Yi Shiwen's step directly expanded the big pit on the ground, and Jiagu Zhenghao was completely trampled into the ground. I have a bad temper, and I am also very afraid of death. So, I will deal with whoever threatens me. It's that simple. Yi Shiwen grinned. This guy is really lawless. Not far away, even Yi Feng restrained his smile and said somewhat helplessly. He had always been a troublemaker, but when he saw Yi Shiwen doing this, he still had a kind of feeling. Mother asterisk her, it was really too satisfying. Indeed, this was what everyone felt. In addition to being shocked, they were also very satisfied. Jiagu Zhenghao was arrogant and despotic. Even in the Yi clan of Mount Qi, the center of the human forces, he was still arrogant. In other words, he did not take the Yi clan seriously at all. He was sure that no one in the Yi clan would dare to do anything to him. He wasn't interested in those who were powerful enough to kill him. As for the rest of the people, he didn't care about them at all. One could well imagine what sort of image Jiagu Zhenghao had in the eyes of the crowd. However, if Jiagu Zhenghao's martial arts are really crippled, how can the Jiagu clan let the matter rest? Yi Chenglong frowned and said, although Jiagu Zhenghao was tyrannical and intimidating, his real trump card was that he was a heaven's pride of the Jiagu clan. He had the support of the Jiagu clan. It was just like how the Yi clan had the Yi clan support when they went out. Anyone would be wary of these behemoths and wouldn't dare to hurt them. However, they encountered Yi Shiwen, a guy who never played his cards according to common sense. It seemed that all forces were fleeting clouds in his eyes, as if he did not care about them at all. Although the Jiagu clan is slightly worse than our Yi clan, there are many experts in the clan. If we really provoke them, Yi Shiwen will not be able to escape even if he has wings. It is absolutely unwise to do so. It may even implicate our Yi clan. Yi Chenglong continued. No, if that's the case, you are underestimating him too much. This kid is definitely not unwise. On the contrary, he is too smart. Yi Feng squinted and said, no matter what, he is an expert of our Yi clan. Now, he just crippled Jiagu Zhenghao. Jiagu Zhenghao has done this kind of thing many times. Many people of our Yi clan have been defeated by him. He has the upper hand in this matter, regardless of emotion or reason. Jiagu Zhenghao is just seeking his own death and asking for trouble. Yi Feng only pointed out a little, but everyone was smart. They immediately understood why Jiagu Zhenghao dared to be so arrogant and did not even care about the Yi clan. It was because he had the Jiagu clan behind him. As for Yi Shiwen, why did he dare to cripple Jiagu Zhenghao? It was because he had the backing of the behemoth Yi clan. No matter how many people in the upper echelons were hostile to him, there was nothing they could say when it came to dealing with the outside world. Moreover, the Jiagu clan was a member of the 100 Races Alliance, a great enemy of the human race. Logically, the Yi family had no other choice. So the result was obvious. Even if Yi Shiwen crippled Jiagu Zhenghao, would the Yi clan protect him, or protect him, or protect him? Of course, protecting him also depended on the situation. If he really caused a great disaster, it might cause a war between the two clans. In the absence of preparation, Yi Shiwen might be handed over and could not escape death. However, Jiagu Zhenghao was prominent among the younger generation. In the eyes of the older generation, who really controlled the power of the two clans, he was nothing. At best, the two of them were just children fighting. It was nothing more than a little ruthless. So what? Even if our child is a little unruly, it is not your turn to tell him what to do. This guy really knows how to take advantage of the situation. On the other side, Yi Fan also saw this point. Yi Mao and Yi Kai were much more nervous compared to him, and Yi Qiaoqiao's small face had turned pale with fright. It seemed as if she could foresee the terrible situation that Yi Shiwen was going to face after Jiagu Zhenghao's martial arts had been abolished. They didn't want this brother of theirs to die a tragic death in just a few days. Seeing their nervous expressions, Yi Fan grinned and said, "Don't worry, this guy will be fine. The Jiagu clan can only scare people. They won't be able to scare him. But it is the Jiagu clan after all. If Brother Wen really crippled Jiagu Zhenghao, I'm afraid the Jiagu clan will not let it go." Yi Mao said, "Don't worry, in fact, many things are not as complicated as you think. No matter how powerful the Jiagu clan is, do they dare to come to our Yi clan?" Yi Fan smiled mischievously. After this incident, not only will this kid be fine, but he will also get some benefits. Great benefits. I don't know how many people dislike Jiagu Zhenghao. Now that Yi Shiwen has dealt with him, it is exactly what some people want. Yi Mao, Yi Kai, and Yi Qiaoqiao were not fools. They were just worried. Now that Yi Fan said this, they immediately understood. It seemed dangerous, but in fact, it was far from as dangerous as they thought. Ah! A scream came from afar, followed by a huge explosion. Jiagu Zhenghao's dantian was crushed by Yi Shiwen's foot. The news of Yi Shiwen crippling Jiagu Zhenghao spread throughout the Yi clan like a gust of wind. Along with these young elites who were watching the battle, it quickly became the topic of the entire Yi clan. And the name Yi Shiwen finally became famous in the Yi clan after breaking through the 8th floor of the Martial Essence Tower. Previously, many people did not take Yi Shiwen seriously because he only broke through the 8th floor of the Martial Essence Tower. Now, everyone had to look at Yi Shiwen in a different light. Many people knew about Jiagu Zhenghao's prestige. Perhaps many people in the older generation did not take Jiagu Zhenghao seriously. However, that obviously did not represent the views of the younger generation. Among the younger generation, Jiagu Zhenghao was undoubtedly one of the many legends. Now he was defeated by Yi Shiwen. Not only was he defeated, But Yi Shiwen also broke his hands and feet and crippled his martial arts. Such a cruel approach quickly frightened many people who harbored evil intentions. The reason why Jiagu Zhenghao was difficult to provoke was not because he was too strong, but because he was a lunatic. He dared to go thousands of miles into the hinterland of the demon clan just to kill a person who disrespected Yi Qianqian. Such a person could not be described as not crazy. In this world, the most difficult people to provoke were lunatics, because there was no way to understand the actions of these lunatics with a normal way of thinking. Now, Yi Shiwen, who dared to break Jiagu Zhenghao's hands and feet and cripple his martial arts, had undoubtedly become a lunatic in the eyes of many people. Breaking his hands and crippling his martial arts didn't seem to be a big deal. Those who could climb to a high position in the Yi clan and cultivate to the transcendent realm, and above all had a few blood debts on their hands. This itself wasn't a big deal. However, the main point was, who did you break his hands and cripple his martial arts? Jiagu Zhenghao killed the demon clan's heaven's pride back then, which made him famous and established his reputation as a lunatic. However, Yi Shiwen was even crazier than him now. All of Jiagu Zhenghao's reputation in the past was **T in front of Yi Shiwen. If Yi Shiwen wanted to break his hands and feet, he would do so. If Yi Shiwen wanted to cripple his martial arts, he would do so. How could others dare to provoke such a ruthless person? This was also Yi Shiwen's purpose. It could save a lot of trouble. Even if he was regarded as a lunatic, he knew best whether he was crazy or not. Why should he care about others' opinions? If he didn't know that there were people in the Yi clan who disliked him, he might not have done this. However, because he knew, he had to use this method to establish his prestige. Moreover, in his eyes, Jiagu Zhenghao deserved what he got. If he was the one who was defeated today, then he would be the one who had his hands and feet broken and crippled. There was nothing to sympathize with. Chapter 1187. Reality was cruel. Yi Shiwen had to be careful in a place like the Yi family where there were many experts. At the same time, it was impossible to figure out the depth of the Yi family. The news of Yi Shiwen crippling Jiagu Zhenghao spread throughout the Yi family like the wind. Yi Shiwen had become the most famous young man, except for the older generation experts who were in closed-door training all year round. Yi Shiwen was basically known by everyone. Yi Junhai and Yi Zhenyan didn't know what to say when they heard the news of the separation of the Loye city. Yi Shiwen had only gone out for a short while, but he had already caused such a big commotion. He had even crippled a heaven's pride expert. After a long time, Yi Junhai said excitedly, "Second brother, we have a descendant. We have a successor." This matter did not quiet down because of the passage of time. On the contrary, as time passed day by day, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. This matter became even more noisy because soon the news spread. When the news of Jiagu Zhenghao being crippled reached the Jiagu clan, everyone in the Jiagu clan was furious. They unanimously asked the Yi family to hand over Yi Shiwen. They wanted to use Yi Shiwen's blood to wash away the shame of the Jiagu clan. However, as Yi Shui and the others guessed, the Yi family did not care about the unreasonable request of the Jiagu clan at all. It was a normal fight. Fists have no eyes. It was inevitable that there would be casualties. When the Yi family received this reply, everyone in the Yi family felt elated. When Jiagu Zhenghao had crippled many of the Yi family's elites, the Jiagu family had refused to punish him. The only measure they had was to announce to the public that they had confined Jiagu Zhenghao. In fact, they had brought Jiagu Zhenghao to a secret realm to be nurtured. When Jiagu Zhenghao came out, his cultivation had increased greatly. Later, he chased after the demon clan for thousands of miles to the hinterland of the demon clan to kill the demon clan's supreme talent. It could be said that the reason why Jiagu Zhenghao was so arrogant and despotic was largely because the Jiagu clan spoiled him. If not for the Jiagu clan's indulgence, Jiagu Zhenghao would not have done such a fearless thing. While the outside was in an uproar because of this, Yi Shiwen did not care about these things at all. In the courtyard of the Luo family branch in Loya City, as soon as he came back, he entered into a closed-door training state, constantly deepening the things he had learned in this battle. He had gained a lot from this battle. Jitani Zhenghao, who had stimulated his potential, was even stronger than him. This gave him a chance to improve as he fought. Unfortunately, before he could reach the peak, Jitani Masako could not hold on any longer. However, he still gave him a lot of benefits. He was also very clear that in the Yi family, strength was the foundation of a foothold. Only powerful enough strength could guarantee everything. If he broke his hands and feet and abolished his martial arts today, how many people would complain for him? Would the Yi family go to war with the Jiagu clan for him? That was simply impossible. To put it bluntly, the winner was not to be blamed. He was now the winner, so the Yi family would stand up for him and protect him. In the past few days, he had been burning these spirit crystals crazily and had finally pushed his cultivation to the peak of the second heaven of the Transcendence realm. Although the progress was extremely fast, the consumption of spirit crystals was also extremely fast. It was almost at the rate of 50 million spirit crystals a day. Others used time to exchange for cultivation, but he used spiritual crystals and bloodstones to exchange for cultivation to advance rapidly. Although the consumption would be much greater than that of a normal cultivator, he had no other choice. He knew very well that time might be a very rich thing for others, but for him, time was the one thing he lacked the most. When he planned to continue to push his cultivation to the third sky of the law phase realm, the higher-ups, who had always been indifferent to his existence, finally responded. The person who acted as the messenger was none other than Yi Shui. Yi Shiwen had no choice but to come out. After not seeing her for 3 months, Yi Shui's cultivation was even more tyrannical than before. She was really not far from a breakthrough. These geniuses' accumulation was far deeper than ordinary people, so once they broke through, they could quickly reach the peak state. I haven't seen you for a few months, and your cultivation has improved again. If you had this cultivation a few months ago, Jiagu Zhenghao would definitely not be your opponent. He would not even be qualified to use his full strength, said Yi Shui. There was a hint of admiration on her cold face. However, Yi Shiwen did not mean to be proud. He was now much stronger than when he fought with Jiagu Zhenghao a few months ago. Similarly, that was only a few months ago. If Jiagu Zhenghao did not waste these few months, his cultivation would have made a lot of progress. He would never underestimate the cultivation speed of these top geniuses. Compared with Yi Shiwen, a pseudo-genius, they were the real geniuses. Geniuses could never be measured by the thinking of ordinary people. Yi Shiwen smiled slightly. I don't know why you are here this time. It's about Jiagu Zhenghao's matter. The Jiagu clan refused to let it go. They want our Yi clan to give them an explanation. For this, they even came to the law enforcement hall. Our law enforcement hall is in charge of the Yi clan's laws. How can we let these people control us? Jiagu Zhenghao wants an explanation. So many elites of our Yi clan have been crippled. Who can we look for to seek justice? Said Yi Shui with a sneer. Her expression was abnormally indifferent. Since they want an explanation, then we will give them an explanation, said Yi Shui coldly. Let's go. You have encountered a good thing this time. Yi Shiwen and Yi Shui left the courtyard of Loya City's branch family and went directly to the law enforcement hall in Guest City. Along the way, Yi Shiwen finally heard these things from Yi Shui. It turned out that the Jiagu clan refused to let it go this time. They wanted the Yi clan to give an explanation, especially the culprit. Yi Shiwen wanted to execute him to appease the hatred in his heart. In addition, they also asked the Yi clan to compensate a huge amount of resources and made many unreasonable demands. How could the Yi clan accept it? The Yi clan immediately refused. However, these people of the Jiagu clan did not intend to let it go. On the contrary, they sent another wave of messengers to make the Yi clan lower their heads. The people of the law enforcement hall of the Yi clan were even more impatient. Originally, these people in the law enforcement hall of the Yi clan were in charge of the Yi clan's laws. They were usually hawkish people who advocated being tough against outsiders. At this time, the Jiagu clan actually wanted to threaten the law enforcement hall to give them an explanation. This completely angered the higher-ups of the law enforcement hall. Since they wanted an explanation, then they would give them one. Listening to Yi Shui's words, it seemed that this was not a bad thing. Yi Shiwen was a little relieved. Yi Shiwen, did you offend someone in the higher-ups? Asked Yi Shui suddenly along the way. Why do you say that? Asked Yi Shiwen as his heart tightened. Yi Shui paused for a moment before she said, I'm sure you're aware of the rules of the Yi clan. Regardless of whether it's a branch clan, the main clan, or even an illegitimate child or a descendant of the Yi clan, so long as they reveal their natural talent, then they'll be valued by the higher-ups of the clan and be fostered. For example, Yi Xing has been brought to a secret realm and is being nurtured with great care in order to amaze the world during the ancestral worship ceremony. Yi Shiwen nodded. He knew this. Whether it was a clan or a sect, if they wanted to prosper for a long time, they must have the awareness and mechanism to train talents at all costs. Even for Yi Fan, it has been decided during this time. Soon, there will be a great elder who has been in closed-door training for many years. He will personally come out and take him in as a disciple. He will be carefully trained. Yi Shui said a piece of news that Yi Shiwen did not know. During this time, the arrangements for Yi Fan were also confusing. Yi Shiwen did not know what the arrangements would be. However, after thinking about it, it was normal. With Yi Fan's talent, it would not be too much for the higher-ups to pay attention to him. However, there has been a disagreement because of you. I have only heard about this. It seems that the higher-ups don't want you to get too many resources. Yi Shui hesitated for a moment and said, It seems that some people are fiercely opposed to the training of you. Therefore, the arrangements for you have been delayed until now. Yi Shui looked at Yi Shiwen's expression. It seemed that there was no change in his expression at all. He was either angry or shocked. It seemed like he did not care at all. This kind of attitude was the most worrying. If Yi Shiwen was angry, it meant that he still cared about the Yi clan's training. However, Yi Shiwen's current attitude made her understand that Yi Shiwen simply did not care about the training of the Yi clan. In other words, the Yi clan was not attractive to him at all. However, thinking about it, even without the Yi clan, Yi Shiwen would still be able to reach this level in these hundreds of years. Yi Shui sighed. In terms of loyalty and cohesiveness to the Yi clan, of course, the ones who were the most loyal and devoted to the Yi clan were the ones who grew up in the Yi clan, followed by the people from the branch families, and finally, the bloodline and illegitimate children who were wandering outside. These people often didn't enjoy the benefits of the Yi clan's resources. Since they didn't have any benefits, they naturally didn't have any good impressions or loyalty. It would be fine if they were ordinary people. However, they were geniuses like Yi Shiwen. If passing through the 8th floor of the Martial Essence Tower proved his potential, then crippling Jiagu Zhenghao proved that he possessed the strength of a top heavens pride expert. However, the higher-ups who had always insisted on training geniuses at all costs actually had a disagreement this time. As a result, the handling of Yi Shiwen had not been able to reach a conclusion until now. How could such treatment not cause dissension among the people? Chapter 1188. This time, Yi Shui couldn't understand the actions of the higher-ups. He didn't know what they wanted to do. Even he understood such a simple truth. Why didn't the higher-ups understand? However, he couldn't intervene in the matters of the higher-ups now. Perhaps one day in the future, he would also become one of those higher-ups, but he definitely wouldn't be a fledgling now. He didn't tell Yi Shiwen that the higher-ups were not simply indifferent to Yi Shiwen. Even after Yi Shiwen crippled Jiagu Zhenghao, there was a saying that they should simply hand Yi Shiwen over to eliminate the anger of the Jiagu clan. There was even a saying that it had become mainstream. However, although he didn't say it, how could Yi Shiwen not guess it? As Yi Shui guessed, Yi Shiwen was really indifferent to this. He didn't care much about the training given by the Yi clan. In fact, he didn't rely on the Yi clan. Didn't he come all the way to where he was now? To him, the Yi family's nurturing was absolutely something that he could do without. Although there were more benefits with the training of the Yi clan, there were also many constraints. It might not be something to be proud of. In fact, if it weren't for fulfilling the last wish of his predecessor, he might not set foot in the Yi clan for the rest of his life. These things didn't matter at all. If they didn't want to train him, he could just leave. It didn't matter at all. I got it. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, "However, our law enforcement hall still supports you very much. As the saying goes, rewards and punishments are appropriate. Since such a rule has been set, then you deserve to be rewarded for your outstanding performance, right?" Yi Shui looked at Yi Shiwen and said. Yi Shiwen was a bit non-committal. Yi Shui continued, "What do you think if I invite you to join our law enforcement hall?" He stared at Yi Shiwen with a burning gaze. If it had been someone else with such talent, naturally many people would have come to fight for him and rope him in. It would never be like Yi Shiwen, who had become a nobody. It was as if no one wanted him. At that time, they would have to spend more energy and pay a higher price to win over Yi Shiwen. Many people weren't unaware of Yi Shiwen's unlimited potential. However, the ruthless people were still hesitating. They didn't know whether they should become enemies with the high-level forces that opposed Yi Shiwen for Yi Shiwen's sake. This was also the fundamental reason why this matter had been delayed until now. However, the law enforcement hall wasn't afraid at all because there was no need to. They were in charge of the Yi clan's laws. If they wanted to enforce the law seriously, they would inevitably offend people. It could be said that they had enemies all over the Yi clan. Many people didn't like them, so offending a few more wouldn't make a difference. On the contrary, it was naturally the best result to be able to pull Yi Shiwen, a Heaven's Pride expert that no one wanted, into their own camp. Now, all that was left was Yi Shiwen's nod. Compared to Yi Shui, Yi Shiwen had sunk into silence. In the Yi family, in addition to the various branches and branches who were in charge of the Yi family, these institutions were the most important. These institutions would also become the most solid backing for the Heaven's Pride experts, and the Law Enforcement Hall was undoubtedly one of the most powerful institutions. Now, for Yi Shiwen, who had just returned to the clan, he lacked such a strong backing. It was obviously impossible for the Loya city's branch family to give him such protection. This was also the reason why he had to take the risk and use such an extreme method to establish his prestige. There was no other way. If he had the backing of a powerful branch family of the Yi family, or a branch family of the main family, then the result would be completely different. He wouldn't need to take risks to achieve the effect of deterrence. Just like Yi Xing, although he was also an illegitimate child, who would dare to look down on him. He had just returned to the clan and was immediately regarded as a key talent to be cultivated. Yi Shiwen agreed to join the law enforcement hall at this time. For you, there are only advantages and no disadvantages, Yi Mo suddenly reminded. Unless you plan to leave the Yi family immediately, otherwise, in the Yi family, you must find a big tree that can shelter you from the wind and rain. The law enforcement hall is very good. This time, if the law enforcement hall can come forward for you, it will definitely not cause such a big storm. Yi Shiwen agreed with Yi Mo's words. What Yi Mo said was very right. Now, Yi Shiwen lacked a big tree that could shelter him from the wind and rain. Leaving the Yi family was a last resort. Now he had finally made a name for himself in the Yi family. If he left at this time, all his previous efforts would really be wasted, and this was not Yi Shiwen's original intention. And if he wanted to stay, the law enforcement hall was undoubtedly the best choice. In his most difficult time, the people of the law enforcement hall extended an olive branch, which meant a lot to him. Although he was ruthless to his enemies, he was not a person who would bite the hand that fed him. He was very clear in his heart who was good to him. As he said, whoever treated him the same way, he would treat them the same way. It was a simple exchange of equivalent value. This was a win-win result. If he joined the law enforcement hall would have one more heaven's pride to work for. The long-term prosperity of the law enforcement hall would also have one more layer of guarantee. Moreover, Yi Shiwen would also get a reliable backer. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate, nodded, and said, "Joining the law enforcement hall, for me, is exactly what I want." Yi Shue's cold face finally showed a little smile and said, "In this case, we will be comrades in the future. You don't have to worry about those Jiagu clan. Naturally, the law enforcement hall will naturally take care of them for you." Compared to the identity of being a member of the Yi family, the relationship between fellow comrades in the law enforcement hall was closer. The Yi family had developed for many years now. There were hundreds of millions of clansmen. Among them, there were already more than 5 branches. Besides the same surname of Yi, in fact, there were not many blood relations. Although they were called brothers, their relationship was actually very distant. On the contrary, the relationship between the people who worked in these organizations would be better. However, the higher-ups who are hostile to me will probably vent their anger on the law enforcement hall. At that time, Yi Shiwen looked at Yi Shue. His meaning was already very obvious. Those people came for him. If he joined the law enforcement hall, then these troubles would also be transferred to the law enforcement hall. They're just some rascals. What is it to use underhanded means to deal with the same clan? Yi Shue said disdainfully. The law enforcement hall was a tough faction, so they could not tolerate people who secretly dealt with the same clan. Since you have joined my law enforcement hall, you are a member of my law enforcement hall. How can those rascals complain? Naturally, someone will deal with these things. Yi Shiwen nodded. With this guarantee, he was much more relieved. While chatting, the two had already arrived at the law enforcement hall in Guest City. It was different from the relaxed atmosphere when they came last time. This time in the law enforcement hall, all the disciples were a little solemn and nervous. At this time, the law enforcement hall was welcoming the emissary of the Jiagu clan. They did not come in a friendly manner. On the contrary, they came to interrogate. At this time, when they saw Yi Shue coming in, they greeted her one after another. Then they saw Yi Shiwen behind her, and their faces showed a strange expression. In fact, these troubles during this period of time started from Yi Shiwen, who had just returned to the clan. However, because Yi Shue was here, they did not dare to ask much. They watched Yi Shiwen and Yi Shue enter the inner hall. As soon as Yi Shiwen entered the inner hall, he heard a fierce shout. "So, you don't intend to hand over the little rascal?" asked a cold voice from inside. This is not a good thing for the good relationship between our two clans for many years. If it really causes our two clans to fall out, do you dare to bear this responsibility? The two walked into the hall and saw an old man in black sitting on the main seat in the hall. He had white hair and a youthful face. He had a leisurely look. Opposite him was an old man in linen clothes who was glaring at him furiously and berating him. Behind the old man, several experts were glaring at the black-clothed old man. If looks could kill, the black-clothed old man would have been killed thousands of times. The situation in the hall was clear at a glance. Yi Shiwen had just been reminded by Yi Shue, so he naturally knew who these people were. The old man in black, sitting on the main seat, should be the current hall master of the law enforcement hall, Yi Jintian. Among the many high-level members of the Yi clan, he was also a very famous expert, not only because he was strong and had long surpassed the law manifestation realm, but also because he was strict and impartial in enforcing the law. Many people had fallen in his hands. When people described him, they said that the stones in the latrine were smelly and hard, but they could not do anything to him. The old man in sackcloth should be the emissary of the Jiagu clan this time. Behind him were many experts of the Jiagu clan. Although there were many of them, they did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Yi Jintian. After all, the old man in front of them was a terrifying existence that could turn them into powder with a slap. In front of him, even the old man in linen, who had a tough attitude, did not dare to be too presumptuous. Otherwise, he would really be beaten to death by Yi Jintian. Yi Jintian's bad temper was not easy to deal with. It was not only in the Yi clan, but also in other places. It's not up to others to meddle in the affairs of our Yi clan. Even if our children do something wrong, the people of the Yi clan will discipline them. It's not up to you to tell us what to do. Yi Jintian did not care about these people at all. He just said indifferently. Although his tone was indifferent, the toughness in his words made the expressions of the people of the Jiagu clan change slightly. Chapter 1189. They already knew that this old guy was very difficult to deal with. He was famous for being a hardliner. In fact, the law enforcement hall, or the penal law hall of any force, was mostly composed of such smelly and hard stones from the latrine pit. They were usually in charge of law and discipline. It was useless to talk when faced with a lot of people who committed crimes. They had to be tough. However, the people of the Yi family refused to give in. They only said that this was an internal matter of the Yi family. Even if they wanted to punish Yi Shiwen, the law enforcement hall would be responsible. They had no choice but to personally come to the law enforcement hall to pressure them. However, the old guy in front of them was even more difficult to deal with than the rumors. He did not give them any face at all. "You don't forget that our Jiagu Zhenghao was crippled by Yi Shiwen," said the old man in linen clothes coldly. "To tell you the truth, that Yi Shiwen is nothing more than a descendant of our Yi family. He has never received any training from our Yi family. Your Jiagu Zhenghao couldn't even defeat him. So he is nothing more than a waste, that's all. Now is just the right time for me to help you uncover that fake as soon as possible. There is no value in training him. If you have the time, you might as well look for a real genius to train." Yi Jintian said without any trace of politeness. Yi Shiwen heard this as soon as he came in. He suddenly felt domineering. This was a tough and domineering aura that emanated from his bones. At this time, the other people in the hall also noticed Yi Shui and Yi Shiwen who came in. Yi Shui immediately stepped forward and said, "Master, Yi Shiwen is here." Yi Shiwen glanced at Yi Jintian and then at Yi Shui. It turned out that Yi Shui's master was actually the hall master of the law enforcement hall. No wonder the dispute between Luoya City's branch family and Fuyang City was resolved with just one sentence. With such a hall master as her master, Yi Shui could basically be regarded as the young hall master. As soon as they heard Yi Shiwen's name, the experts of the Jiagu clan immediately turned their heads and looked at Yi Shiwen with sharp eyes. The culprit who had been busy during this period of time was none other than Yi Shiwen. The Jiagu clan even issued a kill order for Yi Shiwen. Perhaps crippling a heaven's pride was not a serious blow to the Jiagu clan, but the dignity of the Jiagu clan could not be tarnished. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt a few terrifying auras shrouding his body. These people looked inconspicuous, but they were probably already experts at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could crush an expert at the 1st or 2nd level of the law manifestation realm to death with just the pressure alone. If one's mind was not firm enough, he would probably collapse on the spot. However, they had chosen the wrong target. Yi Shiwen was definitely not a martial artist at the 1st or 2nd level of the law manifestation realm that they had encountered in the past. Under the surface of his skin, the divinity in his body automatically rebounded and covered the surface of his skin, blocking all the pressure outside. What kind of pressure could compare to the mighty divinity? Compared to the golden divinity in Yi Shiwen's body, these were just insignificant tricks. Even if they could break through the blockade of the divinity, they could not hurt Yi Shiwen's divine sense, which was always shrouded by the Mingxin ancient tree. Therefore, Yi Shiwen was undoubtedly one of the people who were least afraid of this kind of pressure in this world. At this time, Yi Jintian, who was sitting on the main seat, did not seem to have any intention of coming out to help. On the contrary, he looked at Yi Shiwen with interest. He wanted to see how Yi Shiwen would deal with it, or how long Yi Shiwen could persist. He had long heard of this genius who had recently become famous in the Yi family. It was enough to see how talented he was, since he could easily pass the 8th floor of the Martial Essence Tower. Previously, he dared to cripple Jia Gujenghao and pull the Yi family into this whirlpool. It could be seen that his strength was extraordinary. He was scheming and dared to cause trouble. He was very satisfied with all aspects. If Yi Shiwen's feat of breaking through the 8th floor of the Martial Essence Tower was not enough for him to be recruited into the law enforcement hall, then the subsequent battle with Jia Gujenghao had made him want to recruit Yi Shiwen. What the law enforcement hall did was to offend people. Therefore, not being afraid of causing trouble was also a very important standard. If one only thought about being afraid of offending people every day, then the work of the law enforcement hall was useless. Yi Shiwen just smiled and took a step forward. The coercion that had originally shrouded his body disappeared without a trace in an instant. He took a step forward, cupped his hands in obeisance, and said, "Yi Shiwen greets Hall Master." Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen with some astonishment. They did not expect him to easily break through the pressure with just a step, as if it did not exist at all. Whether it was Yi Jintian, the old man in sackcloth, or the masters of the Jiagu clan, they could not help but feel that this man was indeed extraordinary. However, the way Yi Jintian looked at Yi Shiwen was more and more appreciative. The eyes of the experts of the Jiagu clan were filled with even more murderous intent. They did not hide their murderous intent towards Yi Shiwen. It was not only because he had crippled Jiagu Zhenghao, but also because it was not a good thing for the entire 100 Clan Alliance to have such a young expert with potential. Good, good. You are worthy of being a man of my Yi family. In their opinion, this kind of explanation was simply a big slap in the face. This slap made them dizzy. This was a slap in the face. Moreover, it was a slap in the face in front of them. They did not leave any face for them. Naturally, they would not remember that they had once publicly slapped the Yi clan in the face. After many elites of the Yi clan were crippled, Jia Gujenghao was only sentenced to confinement. It could be said that the Yi clan had been holding back their anger and waiting for the right time to slap them in the face. Now they had finally slapped them in the face, and this slap was big and loud. "You, Hall Master Yi, are you ignoring the friendship between our two clans by doing this? Are you going to protect this murderer?" The old man in sackcloth suppressed his calmness and said, "Get lost. There's no friendship between our two clans. If there is, it's a blood feud." Yi Jintian sneered and said rudely, "The Jiagu clan was one of the 10 royal clans in the 100 Clan Alliance, while the Yi clan was an overlord force in the human clan. Both clans had once fought with their lives on behalf of their respective clans. It was not an exaggeration to say that there was a blood feud between them. Didn't you want an explanation? Now that I have given you an explanation, what else do you want to say?" Yi Jintian looked at the old man in sackcloth and said, the sarcasm was overflowing in his words, "Good, good, good." The old man in sackcloth was so angry that he could not speak. When he came, he never expected that the so-called explanation of the Yi clan would be like this. It was a slap in the face on the spot. Moreover, it was a slap in the face. Humiliation. This was a blatant humiliation. You will definitely regret it. The old man in sackcloth was so angry that he could not stay any longer. He immediately flicked his sleeves and left the hall with the experts of the Jiagu clan, who were also mad with anger. They knew very well that, although Yi Shiwen was in front of them, they could not do anything because the extremely terrifying law enforcement hall master was standing next to him. They would only be humiliating themselves if they stayed. Chapter 1190. You will definitely regret it. The old man's threat was still echoing in the hall, but the 3 people in the hall didn't care at all. "You did very well," said Yi Jintian. "I'm very satisfied. Since you chose to join our Yi family's law enforcement hall, then you will be a member of our law enforcement hall in the future. I know a little about your father. Some people also want to make a fuss about it. They have to ask me if I'm willing. Yi Shiwen once again heard a senior mention his father, Yi Junshan. He wanted to ask more about his father, Yi Junshan, but Yi Jintian didn't seem to want to explain more. When he asked his first and third uncles, they seemed to be reluctant to tell him about his parents. So, he still had a smattering of knowledge about this matter until now. The more they didn't say, the more curious Yi Shiwen was about it. Obviously, the death of his parents was not that simple. At least, it was not as simple as these people said. However, he didn't have the intention to ask because he knew very well that since they didn't say anything, it was most likely related to some obscure matters of the Yi family. In other words, some people didn't want him to know. If he knew now, it would not benefit him. The only way was to improve his strength as soon as possible. When his strength improved, it would be easy to know what was going on. Yi Jintian's attitude also made him slightly happy. With the protection of a behemoth like the law enforcement hall, he would undoubtedly be much more relaxed. These people of the Jiagu clan can't do anything on the surface, but we have to guard against them sending people over in private, said Yi Jintian, so you have to be careful in private. As long as you stay in our Yi family, there shouldn't be a big problem. However, if you leave the Yi family, it's better for fewer people to know your whereabouts. Yi Shiwen nodded. He didn't believe that the Jiagu clan would give up. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the Jiagu clan, it might be a trivial matter to cripple Jiagu Zhenghao. However, it was a big deal for the Jiagu clan to be humiliated by the Yi clan. They might not be able to deal with the tough Yi clan, but it was a piece of cake for them to deal with Yi Shiwen. Perhaps he could defeat Jiagu Zhenghao, who was at the peak of the Transcendence, Realm Fifth Heaven. In the eyes of many people, he was already extremely tyrannical. However, for the Jiagu clan, which was full of experts, it was not enough. They could just grab a bunch of people who were stronger than him. You have never participated in the battles of the ancestral worshipping ceremony. This is a great opportunity for you to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. You must seize it. Yi Jintian looked at Yi Shiwen and said, in the Yi family, Yi Shiwen did not have any strong backers. The branch family of Loya City could only be regarded as his belonging, not his backer. So at this time the law enforcement hall had become his only strong backing. Yi Shiwen nodded. He hadn't thought of participating in the competition of the ancestral worship ceremony. In fact, he had held a dispensable attitude towards this. After all, this wasn't a big deal. However, the situation had changed now. So the situation had changed. In the situation where some of the higher-ups of the Yi clan were inside and the threat of the Jiagu clan was outside, Yi Shiwen could not continue to keep a low profile. If he continued to keep a low profile, it meant that no one knew about him. At that time, he might not even know how he died. On the contrary, he had to shine. The more high-profile he was, the more those people would not dare to touch him. The higher the talent he showed, the more determined the higher-ups of the Yi clan would be to protect him. It would eliminate a lot of potential threats. All right, Yi Shue, take him to go through the procedures to join our law enforcement hall. Under the guidance of Yi Shue, Yi Shiwen was taken to a side hall of the law enforcement hall to go through the procedures to join the law enforcement hall. With Yi Shue personally leading the way, Yi Shiwen went through the procedures very smoothly and quickly. Soon, Yi Shiwen's token was produced. It contained Yi Shiwen's identity certificate and some basic information and so on. You have to keep this token. This is your identity certificate. You will also need such a token if you want to accept tasks and so on. Yi Shue said, accept tasks. Yi Shiwen's eyes lit up and said, and our law enforcement hall also has our own tasks like other institutions. In addition to the regular tasks such as patrolling and so on, there are also some high-end tasks. According to the different levels, you can accept different tasks. Yi Shue said, levels? How are these levels divided? Yi Shiwen asked. Our law enforcement hall's level is the same as other organizations. It is divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, crystal, and diamond levels. Different levels correspond to different levels, and the authority they possess is also different. Generally, people who have just entered the law enforcement hall are at the black iron level. Then, as their contribution to the law enforcement hall continues to rise, their levels will naturally continue to rise. People of different levels can receive a salary from our law enforcement hall every year. Yi Shui said, "The highest level is the diamond level. In the entire law enforcement hall, only one person has such an identity, and that is our hall master. He has the qualifications to mobilize the entire law enforcement hall's power and access all the information. Even in the entire Yi family, he is one of the few high-level people. The crystal level is a bit worse than the diamond level. Generally, it is the supreme elder or the deputy hall master who has real power. They are second only to the diamond level, and they are also the people who hold great power in their hands. Next is the gold level. Generally, the gold level is also an important figure in our law enforcement hall. They can enjoy many preferential treatments from the law enforcement hall. In addition to accumulating contribution points, there is another way. That is, when your cultivation surpasses the law manifestation realm, you will automatically be promoted to the gold level. Then there is the silver level. The silver level is considered the middle level in the law enforcement hall. Many of the law manifestation realm experts are at the silver level, including me. However, the contribution points that I have accumulated are about to be promoted to the gold level." Yi Shui said, "Below the silver level are the black iron and bronze levels. These two levels are considered as the cornerstone of the entire law enforcement hall. In addition to accepting tasks, you also need to complete some basic tasks arranged by the law enforcement hall from time to time. For example, patrolling, resolving some family disputes, and so on. Of course, in view of your strength and the fact that you have made a great contribution to the Yi family, you will be promoted to the silver level as soon as you enter the law enforcement hall. You won't need to do those tedious and trivial tasks." Yi Shiwen understood after listening till here. The gold level, crystal level, and diamond level were the upper levels. The silver level was the middle level, and the bronze and black iron level was the bottom level. In order to advance, other than accumulating contribution points, there was another way, and that was to increase one's strength. Sure enough, this was a world where the strong were respected. Others needed to fight desperately to accumulate contribution points, while the strong could easily obtain preferential treatment and advance. Strength was the only way to have human rights. Without strength, one was nothing. However, Yi Shui's words also made him heave a sigh of relief. If he had to do those tedious tasks every day, such as patrolling various cities and so on, then perhaps he would have gone crazy all of a sudden. The silver level was not a very high level, but it could save him a lot of trouble. Didn't you hear? Even Yi Shui was only at the silver level now. So, there was nothing to care about. Yi Shiwen's consumption of spirit crystals and bloodstones was particularly large now. He was worried that he didn't have a stable source of replenishment. Now, one had been delivered to him. As long as he could continue to complete the tasks of the law enforcement hall, then his spirit crystals would be continuously replenished. Otherwise, the annual salary of the law enforcement hall was not enough for an average person's practice. Not to mention, Yi Shiwen was a big consumer of lingqi. It was simply not enough. Moreover, as his strength continued to improve, the original spirit crystals gradually began to become insufficient. His demand for lingqi would increase exponentially every time he promoted. "Wait a moment. I will go to the task hall to see if there are any tasks that I can accept." Yi Shiwen said, "I am in urgent need of spirit crystals now, so I need to accept some tasks that can earn spirit crystals. Speaking of this, there is a task that I had intended to accept in person, but now I have to go into closed-door training with my master. I'm afraid that I won't come out for a long time. I'm afraid that I will have to wait for half a year." Yi Shui said, "Half a year? So you won't participate in the ancestral worship ceremony?" Yi Shiwen asked. The ancestral worship ceremony would be held in 3 months. If he had to wait for half a year to come out of closed-door training, then he would certainly not be able to participate in the ancestral worship ceremony. Well, this ancestral worship ceremony is nothing for me. I have participated in it many times in the past. So, I don't need to participate in the ancestral worship ceremony to prove myself, Yi Shui said. Yi Shiwen nodded. This was indeed the case. Many young experts of the branch families and the main families were eager to participate in the ancestral worship ceremony. They wanted to become famous overnight. However, Yi Feng, Yi Shui, and the others had already been famous for many years. So, they didn't need to prove themselves in the ancestral worship ceremony. It was no wonder that Yi Jintian had said that he would represent the law enforcement hall to compete with the experts of the other organizations. Yi Shiwen had thought that Yi Shui would be there as well. So, Yi Shui wouldn't participate in the ancestral worship ceremony. However, this didn't mean that Yi Shiwen could easily win the championship. After all, some dark horses would emerge every time. There would always be some hidden dark horses that no one knew about and would soar to the sky in one fell swoop. Originally, I had planned to participate in this task in person. But now, you can replace me to complete this task, Yi Shui said. What kind of task is it? Yi Shiwen asked. There were still 3 months left before the ancestral worship ceremony. So, there was still enough time for him to complete many tasks. It's a hunting task. Chapter 1191. It's a hunting mission. Yi Shui said, There's a traitor in our Yi family. His name is Yi Kuai. Although he isn't a member of our law enforcement hall, he used to be a member of the Dark Hall. Although he doesn't hold a high position in the Dark Hall, he still holds some secrets. You understand the significance of the Dark Hall. Yi Shui looked at Yi Shiwen with bright eyes. Yi Shiwen certainly understood what the Dark Hall meant to the Yi clan. The biggest difference between the Dark Hall and the other organizations was that very few people could actually see the members of the Dark Hall, even though they had a resounding reputation. Moreover, they never directly recruited people from the outside. They had their own set of criteria for recruiting people. Ordinary people simply couldn't interfere with their recruitment process. They were one of the most mysterious organizations in the Yi clan. As the name suggested, the Dark Hall generally handled some things that the Yi family couldn't disclose to the outside. For example, the collection of external intelligence, the management of spies, the training of undercover agents, assassinations, mercenaries, and so on. Many of these things were related to the Dark Hall. It was a very mysterious organization. Generally speaking, it was directly under the jurisdiction of the Yi family's patriarch. It was just that the people of the Dark Hall had done a lot of such shameful things. Therefore, the people of the Dark Hall had more secrets than other organizations. Moreover, it wasn't like the secrets of the law enforcement hall. It wouldn't matter even if it was exposed. Once the secrets of the Dark Hall were exposed, it might cause an uproar. For example, a patriarch of a clan of the 100 Races Alliance suddenly died on the roadside. It might be the work of the Dark Hall. These were top secrets that absolutely couldn't be leaked. If the law enforcement hall was the law enforcement who walked in the sunlight, then the Dark Hall was the dark walker who walked in the darkness. For the Yi family, they were equally important. However, their roles were different. Yes. Yi Shiwen nodded. Although some of the work of our law enforcement hall overlaps with theirs, so there are some conflicts on ordinary days. However, the betrayal of Yi Kuai is directly related to the exposure of a lot of our Yi family secrets. Therefore, we must kill him before he reports the information. It doesn't matter if he's dead or alive. A cold light flashed in Yi Shui's eyes. For Yi Shui, who grew up in the Yi clan, there was nothing more important than the Yi clan. For the sake of the Yi clan, there was nothing that couldn't be sacrificed, not to mention the life of a traitor. It's best if you can capture him alive. If you can't, then kill him on the spot. That Yi Kuai belongs to the Dark Hall. He's an expert in assassination and anti-tracking. You guys have to be careful, Yi Shui said. However, he immediately smiled. It would be best if we can snatch the credit before the people from the Dark Hall find him. Although everyone had the same attitude towards Yi Kuai, the traitor, the people from the Law Enforcement Hall, and the people from the Dark Hall were also secretly competing with each other. If they could find traces of Yi Kuai before the people from the Dark Hall and capture Yi Kuai first, then they would be able to raise their heads in front of the Dark Hall. Did you see that? Your traitor was found by us. Well, I know. Yi Shiwen said. Am I going alone? Of course not. That Yi Kuai is ruthless and cunning. It's not safe to go alone. In order to capture him, we have urgently formed a small team. Once we get the exact news of Yi Kuai, we will immediately set off. Yi Shui explained. The Yi family's intelligence network covered the entire ancient Barrens continent. However, the ancient Barrens continent was so huge. It was naturally not easy to find Yi Kuai's whereabouts. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. If it was a smaller force, they might really be helpless. However, the Yi family was naturally extraordinary. The Law Enforcement Hall had their own intelligence network, not to mention the Dark Hall. One of the businesses of the Dark Hall was selling intelligence. In terms of intelligence network, it was even stronger than the Law Enforcement Hall. Therefore, if the Law Enforcement Hall wanted to capture Yi Kuai before the Dark Hall, they must act faster than them. All right, then I'll go back and wait for the news, said Yi Shiwen. Since Yi Shui had to personally go on a mission, it must not be an ordinary mission. He must take advantage of this period of time to prepare well and conserve his energy. Since that Yi Kuai was a traitor from the Dark Hall, he must not be simple. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Yi Shiwen stayed in the courtyard of the branch family in Loya City and did not go out. As the ancestral worship ceremony was getting closer and closer, more and more experts from the branch family arrived at the guest city. More experts from the main family also rushed back from various places. After all, this was the ancestral worship ceremony that only happened once in 100 years. For any clan, this ceremony was very important. Forgetting the history was equivalent to betrayal. Forgetting the achievements of the ancestors was the same. It was equivalent to betrayal. Yi Junhai and Yi Zhenyan also began to get busy. They went to visit some clansmen that they already knew. At the same time, this was also a good opportunity to improve their relationship. In the courtyard, Yi Shiwen's hand formed into a dragon's claw. With a casual grab, countless spiritual energy exploded. A faint dragon roar came from Yi Shiwen's hand. With a casual grab, it was like a huge dragon's claw that could break the void. After a long time, he finally finished. Yi Qiao's voice came from the side and applauded. Amazing, this catch the dragon power. We have been practicing since childhood, but now I can barely grasp some of the essence. Second brother has only practiced for a few days, but he has actually practiced it to perfection. I am afraid father and third uncle are not as proficient as second brother. This set of martial technique was the top martial technique of their Loya City's branch family, Catch the Dragon Power. Although Yi Qiao's cultivation in Catch the Dragon Power was relatively shallow, but her vision was still there. She was very clear that to reach Yi Shiwen's level, she would probably need hundreds of years. But even so, she was very satisfied because this set of Catch the Dragon Power was a heaven-level power technique. An average person was simply not qualified to practice it, let alone how many years it would take to practice it to the Deshang stage. However, when she saw that Yi Shiwen had actually grown at a speed visible to the naked eye in just a few days, and the Catch the Dragon Power had also entered the state of perfection, she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. No wonder father and third uncle always said that second uncle was a peerless genius. What genius in front of his brilliance was just bullshit, not worth mentioning. She originally didn't believe that such a person existed, but when she really saw Yi Shiwen learn Catch the Dragon Power at such a rapid speed, She seemed to somewhat understand. In this world, there were some people who couldn't be described as geniuses. They had a special adjective called monstrous geniuses. On one side, Yi Mao and Yi Kai were also stunned to see Yi Shiwen practicing the catch the dragon power to the point of perfection, although it couldn't be considered as Deshang, and might even be lacking in the Xiaocheng level. But it had only been a few days since Yi Junhai had decided to pass on the catch the dragon power to Yi Shiwen, and it had only been a few days since then, but Yi Shiwen had already reached such a level. One must know that Yi Junhai and Yi Junyan had practiced catch the dragon power for more than 2,000 years and had only just reached the Deshang stage. That's all. According to this speed, perhaps Yi Shiwen would be able to catch up with the two of them in less than a year. Yi Shiwen just smiled. Others might not know, but how could he not know? It was simply impossible to catch up with the two of them in less than a year. This catch the dragon power was a heaven-class power technique, and when Yi Junhai had imparted it to Yi Shiwen, he had said that his father had once relied on this set of catch the dragon power to become invincible among the younger generation of the Yi family. Even among the heaven-class power techniques, catch the dragon power was very tyrannical. According to the Yi family's rules, if one learned this power technique from the Yi family's library, then it wasn't allowed to be imparted. It didn't matter whether one was a member of the Yi family or not. No one was allowed to impart it in private. If one wanted to learn it, then it was very simple. One could use the Yi family's contribution points to learn it, and some of the branch family's rules were the same. One could use the contribution points of the branch family to exchange for some of the branch family's unique martial techniques. Of course, if it was a private martial technique learned from the outside, then it was not within this rule. The owner of the martial technique could also contribute it to the family, and then every time this set of power technique was learned, a certain proportion of contribution points would be allocated. In the long run, it was very considerable. In fact, this set of catch the dragon power was obtained by Yi Junshan in a relic outside. He didn't choose to contribute it to the family, nor did he charge for it privately. Instead, he imparted it to Yi Junhai, Yi Junyan, and the others without hiding it. It was just that Yi Junhai and Yi Junyan's talents were also considered good, but they couldn't be compared with Yi Junshan after all. It took them until now to reach the Deshang stage, and Yi Junshan had long been famous for his catch the dragon power. Now that the catch the dragon power was imparted to Yi Shiwen, it could be considered as returning to its rightful owner. It was just that the two people who had been visiting their old friends outside for the past 2 days probably didn't expect that Yi Shiwen could cultivate to such a level in such a short time, approaching the Deshang stage. Only Yi Shiwen knew that he had relied on the mysterious space to practice the capture the dragon power to such an extent in such a short period of time. However, he had to pay the price of countless spirit crystals. In fact, he had to burn millions of spirit crystals at the same time. So, the wealth inside the heavenly source mirror had shrunk after only a few days of practice. There were less than 10 billion spirit crystals left in the heavenly source mirror. Although it was still a lot for others, it was close to the warning line for Yi Shiwen. Therefore, he was even more eager to take on the task and earn spirit crystals to make up for the deficit of spirit crystals. Without the support of spirit crystals, his cultivation speed would be reduced to a terrifying level. At this time, there was finally news from the law enforcement hall that they had found traces of Yi Kuai, which meant that Yi Shiwen was finally going to embark on a journey again. Chapter 1192. Yi Kuai's trail had been discovered. From the information obtained, Yi Kuai's speed was very fast, almost running out of the human's sphere of influence. Therefore, this team must set off quickly. Fortunately, the hunting team had an advantage over Yi Kuai in that they could use the teleportation array, while Yi Kuai could not use the teleportation array in order to avoid being chased. No matter how fast the hunting team was, it could not be compared with the teleportation array. After Yi Shiwen received the news, he quickly rushed to the law enforcement hall, and was soon led to a side hall by a law enforcement hall disciple who had been guarding here for a long time. In this side hall, he saw a stocky middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back. When he saw Yi Shiwen coming in, his eyes flashed a bit. "You are Yi Shiwen?" The middle-aged man looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "Yes." Yi Shiwen nodded. The middle-aged man looked up and down at Yi Shiwen, as if he was sizing up something. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen felt a terrifying coercion crushing down on his body. It rushed straight into his divine sense, as if it wanted to crush him all of a sudden. However, there was not the slightest change in his body, even the floor under his feet. It could be seen that the middle-aged man in front of him had already controlled his martial power to the finest detail. Yi Shiwen reacted almost immediately and immediately stepped out. Immediately, the coercion was shattered in an instant, simply unable to get close to his body. Immediately afterward, the middle-aged man suddenly attacked. In just an instant, a big hand directly pierced through the vast sky. It was an ordinary move, but it could be seen that his strength had already reached a terrifying level. Yi Shiwen did not have the slightest cowardice, and immediately grabbed with his dragon claw. It was the great dragon capture power, although he had not practiced it to the peak, but the power of the heaven-level power technique was not ordinary. Immediately, a faint dragon roar sounded around his body and turned into a 5-clawed dragon, directly facing the attack. Bang! The claws of both sides fiercely collided in midair, and countless chi instantly exploded. But not a trace of it spread out. The control of chi of both sides had reached the peak. Under this collision, Yi Shiwen was forced to retreat 5 or 6 steps in succession before he managed to stop his footsteps. However, the middle-aged man opposite him didn't seem to have any intention of launching another attack. Yi Shiwen was not nervous at all, because he knew very well that the middle-aged man was just testing his strength. He was testing whether Yi Shiwen had the qualifications to participate in this hunting mission or not. This was human nature. If it was him, he wouldn't want his teammates to be pigs either. The strength of this middle-aged man in front of him was probably already at the 6th level of the law phase realm. Even Yi Shiwen was not his opponent now. "Are you satisfied now? I should have the strength to join your team." Yi Shiwen said, "You are indeed worthy to be called a genius who has risen to fame during this period of time. But I didn't expect that Yi Shui would eventually send you to replace her." The middle-aged man looked at Yi Shiwen and said in a somewhat unexpected manner, "But you have to think this through. Our mission isn't like the playhouse games you sheltered flowers usually play. That Yi Kuai is vicious and merciless. He's also as cunning as a fox. When he was still an expert in the Dark Hall, many enemy experts died tragically in his hands." The middle-aged man looked at Yi Shiwen with bright eyes, and there was a bit of contempt in his words. Although Yi Shiwen, Yi Shui, and the others were already the top geniuses of the Yi family, but he didn't put them in his eyes. These geniuses might have unparalleled talents, but they were usually well protected. There were very few real-life and death battles. How could they be compared to these people who wandered between life and death all year round? He was even very confident that if it was a normal fight, he might not be a match for a genius of the same level. However, if it was a fight to the death, even if there were a few more geniuses, they would just be food for the food. He could easily kill the geniuses of the same level. This was the confidence that he had gained after experiencing countless life and death battles. Unfortunately, if he was talking about someone else, then he might be right. However, this was not true for Yi Shiwen, because he had been wandering between life and death battles since his debut. It could be said that he had been on the verge of death many times. What kind of battle hadn't he seen? What kind of ruthless and scheming opponent hadn't he killed? You don't need to say these words to me. I'm not like those greenhouse flowers of the Yi family who haven't experienced too many battles," Yi Shiwen said confidently. In fact, this middle-aged man was somewhat biased, just like Yi Shui, Yi Feng, and the others. Their fighting experience might not be as rich as this middle-aged man, but in fact it was not little. because ordinary geniuses could be cultivated like flowers in a greenhouse, but the top heaven's pride experts couldn't. Only by fighting in blood and fire, and supplemented with countless resources, could a heaven's pride expert be created. Well, it's good that you have such confidence. This middle-aged man also seemed to see that Yi Shiwen was extraordinary. Just a moment ago he had been attacked by a sneak attack, but he was still able to react in an instant. It could be seen that he was always vigilant, which was something that ordinary geniuses couldn't do. Only people like him, who lived in danger all year round, could maintain vigilance at all times, because once they relaxed, they might end up dying tragically. Generally, geniuses grew up in luxury, and naturally their vigilance was not very high. This made Yi Shiwen somewhat different from ordinary people. However, thinking of the information he had obtained before, this person in front of him was not cultivated by the Yi family, but rather a descendant of the Yi family. And if a descendant of the Yi family didn't go through all kinds of hardships and life and death experiences, how could he have the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top heaven's pride experts of the Yi family? Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen felt normal and relieved. My name is Yi Zhongtian. This time, I will lead the encirclement and annihilation of Yi Kuai. You come with me. We will directly go through the transmission array to meet the others. The middle-aged man introduced. Okay. Yi Shiwen followed Yi Zhongtian and went directly to another side hall. There was actually a small teleportation array there. It should be known that this kind of transmission array was very troublesome to set up. Even experts who had surpassed the law manifestation realm would have to expend a lot of energy to set it up. If the law enforcement hall had such a transmission array, he wouldn't be surprised, but he didn't expect that even in a branch hall there would be such a transmission array. This made Yi Shiwen have a whole new level of respect for the law enforcement hall's deep foundation. However, Yi Shiwen was only slightly stunned and didn't pay too much attention to it. These things could be slowly understood in the future. As the transmission array was activated, Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that the surrounding power of space began to distort. His body was also grabbed by the power of space, and it began to distort. This feeling wasn't unfamiliar. When he was in the true martial domain, he had used the transmission array many times. Even he could set up a temporary transmission array at will to teleport himself to the place he wanted to go. He wasn't unfamiliar with the law of space. However, in the ancient Baron's continent, it was useless even if his attainments in the law of space weren't low. He didn't have the power to tear the space apart, unless he could surpass the law manifestation realm. In the ancient Baron's continent, the tearing of the law of space in the transmission array was 1,000 times or even 10,000 times more severe than in the true martial domain. Even if an ordinary person had the money to use the transmission array, their body wouldn't be able to withstand the tearing force, and they would be torn apart. This wasn't something that ordinary people could afford to play with. This transmission array teleported him to a city. However, before Yi Shiwen could figure out what city it was, it began to teleport again. The continuous teleportation lasted for more than 4 hours before finally reaching the destination. However, the final destination wasn't in the city, but in a barren mountain. It was hidden very well, even hidden in a small space. It couldn't be seen from the outside at all. In fact, if one didn't use any special techniques, even if one walked in the middle, there wouldn't be any reaction. As soon as Yi Shiwen arrived here, he discovered that there were many tyrannical masters waiting here. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. The strong blood energy on their body was locked on the surface of their bodies, but just looking at them was already very astonishing. Without exception, they were all experts in the law manifestation realm. Moreover, at a glance, Yi Shiwen saw that all of them were experts in the 5th level of the law manifestation realm. Although only Yi Zhongtian was in the 6th level of the law manifestation realm, they were absolutely tyrannical experts in the 5th level of the law manifestation realm. Such a lineup was enough to sweep a large area in a place like the flourished Cloud Sea region. It was also a strength that only a transcendent overlord like the Yi family could possess. Yi Zhongtian, you're late this time. You even brought a kid in the second level of the law manifestation realm. Is he a junior in your clan? That's right. Don't you know how dangerous this mission is? Even we can't guarantee that we can survive, yet you still dare to bring a junior here. When the time comes, if we can't even take care of ourselves, how will we have the time to help you take care of your junior? As soon as Yi Shiwen teleported here, he felt more than a dozen tyrannical auras instantly swept over his body, as if they wanted to see through him in an instant. Each of these experts was unusually terrifying. Any one of them was not weaker than Yi Shui, but they were completely different from Yi Shui. Like Yi Zhongtian, they didn't quite believe in Yi Shiwen's strength. They didn't even believe that Yi Shiwen was also here to participate in the encirclement of Yi Kuai. They would rather believe that Yi Zhongtian was biased and brought the junior of his clan to see the world. Yes, to see the world. In their eyes, their cultivation might not be as high as those geniuses of the younger generation, but in terms of seeing the world, they were far more than them. They were the ones who truly walked out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Those little brats who could only grow up in a greenhouse knew nothing. Chapter 1193. One had to know that a top expert must have been through hundreds of battles. No one could step into a higher realm smoothly. Many people even had a narrow escape from death. Therefore, the opportunity to encircle Yi Kuai was a rare opportunity to broaden one's horizons. Yi Shiwen did not speak, but Yi Zhongtian, who was next to him, said, "This is Yi Shiwen. He will replace Yi Shui to join our encirclement and annihilation mission. If any of you underestimate him, then you are wrong. Some time ago, Jiagu Zhenghao, who came to our family to make trouble, was crippled by him. It's just a small Jiagu Zhenghao. What's so great about him? There are thousands of people in the world who can cripple him. It's nothing." At this time, an old law manifestation realm master said, "Moreover, do you think that this is a child's play? Face-to-face, one-on-one battle? We are going to encircle and annihilate a master from the Dark Hall. You all should know about the Dark Hall. Which one of them is not a tough opponent? Not to mention Yi Kuai, even in the Dark Hall, he is also a famous tyrannical master." At this time, a group of law manifestation realm masters nodded and agreed with the old man's words. They had their own pride. Perhaps their qualifications were not as high as those Heaven's pride experts. But when it came to a life and death fight, they could definitely leave the geniuses of the same level behind by hundreds of streets. That kind of face-to-face, one-on-one duel, in their opinion, was the most ridiculous and absurd behavior. In the real battlefield, who gave you a one-on-one chance, who gave you the qualification to face at all costs, to kill the opponent was the way of the king. It was conceivable that two completely different martial arts would create completely different people. And these two kinds of people often looked down on each other. These Heaven's pride experts were all arrogant. They thought that the Heaven's pride experts were second to the earth, and they were the third. They thought that they were the most amazing genius in the world. And these people also looked down on those geniuses. They felt that they were flowers in a greenhouse, unable to withstand the wind and waves. If they really fought, they could kill them in a face-to-face fight. Such a person will only become a burden to us. Originally, I was not very satisfied with Yi Shui joining us, but in any case, Yi Shui has participated in many missions, so she can be considered to have rich experience. But who is this Yi Shiwen? I have never heard of it. The old man coldly looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "When the time comes, it might even cause us to fail the mission. I don't want the higher-ups to continue being hot-headed and assign some young masters to us. Are they treating our mission as a joke?" The old man's words instantly gained the agreement of many Transcendence realm masters. Yes, who would want to take care of these young masters? Facing a cruel and cunning master like Yi Kuai, even they couldn't take care of themselves. They might not even be able to protect themselves, let alone save these rich young masters. But they couldn't say no, because if they didn't save them, then there would be people from above who would naturally be angry and punish them. So they couldn't save them, but they also could not save them. Over time, they became disgusted with this kind of rich young masters who used money to gild their wealth. At this time, Yi Shiwen knew that he couldn't remain silent anymore. He had to deal with these veterans who had been wandering between life and death all year round. It was useless to reason with them. Yi Shiwen took a step forward, glanced at the crowd, and said, "I won't say much nonsense. Whoever is not convinced, come out. Or, if you all want to come at me together, I don't care." Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes and smiled, except for Yi Zhongtian. Although these people were very tyrannical and not much worse than Yi Shui, Yi Shiwen was no longer the same as before. Compared to half a month ago, he had already improved by leaps and bounds. He was only a step away from entering the third sky of Transcendence Realm. Naturally, he was full of confidence. Arrogant. "Today, I will let you see the difference between you greenhouse flowers and us." The old man roared and pounced towards Yi Shiwen. He didn't know which Heaven's Pride expert had humiliated him in the past. So, he was particularly displeased with these fellows who had come here to earn some gold. His figure was like a ghost, and he appeared directly in front of Yi Shiwen in an instant. A treasured saber appeared in his hand instantly. With a buzz sound, an unimaginable light burst out, breaking through the vast sky, and instantly slashed towards Yi Shiwen. This saber was clean and neat. There were no unnecessary movements at all. It was different from the fancy and complicated martial arts of those geniuses. These people who wandered between life and death all year round did not believe in those fancy and complicated martial arts that were time-consuming and laborious. On the contrary, they only believed in killing with one blow. Two completely different martial daos. It was impossible to say which one was right and which one was wrong, because the two could not be compared in the first place. His speed was extremely fast and neat, but it could not escape Yi Shiwen's eyes. From the moment he just slashed out, he had already been locked by Yi Shiwen. At this time, Yi Shiwen's body instantly erupted with a surge of qi and blood. A flame appeared in his hand and instantly condensed into a long saber. As he waved it, the world seemed to be burning. Yi Shiwen, who had already entered the second sky of Transcendence Realm, had an understanding of such a set of a burning saber technique almost above the original author. His first move was a great power. Boom! The two long sabers met in midair. It was almost like two completely different martial arts collided frantically in midair. Countless forces exploded in the air, bursting out in circles with dazzling light. Amidst the endless storm, a figure stumbled out of the airwaves. Everyone took a look and saw that it was none other than the old man who had been clamoring just now. At this moment, his wrinkled face was abnormally red. He looked at Yi Shiwen with a horrified look on his face. He had felt an incomparably terrifying force directly bombarding his body during the collision just now. He had almost spouted a mouthful of old blood because of that. If it were not for the treasure saber and the armor on his body that blocked it at the critical moment, perhaps it was inevitable that he would have spat out a mouthful of blood. A trace of uncontrollable jealousy flashed in his eyes. This was the advantage of these geniuses. Although they might not have rich fighting experience, they could crush a lot of people with tyrannical strength alone. He was not reconciled. It was because of this that he was not reconciled. Why? They had worked so hard for so long, but they were far from being stronger than the casual training of the geniuses. God was born to be unfair. There was no fairness from birth, and there was no fairness even in death. Some people's lives were short of 100 years, but some people could leisurely live for tens of thousands of years, even if they did nothing. Just like that, Yi Shiwen did not intend to continue to attack. He just looked at them indifferently. His meaning was already very clear. Now, in the end, who was the burden? Seeing that the old man almost spat out blood from the collision, everyone could already see the gap between them. In just one move, this old man was completely suppressed by Yi Shiwen a genius who had risen in fame in recent years. And they could all see that Yi Shiwen probably did not use his full strength. Otherwise, this old man would not just be spitting out blood. There was silence at the scene. Everyone was suddenly stunned. Obviously, they did not expect it. They once again recognized the fact that, compared with these so-called geniuses, they might only have an advantage in all kinds of fighting experience. One move, just one move, and it almost made him spit out blood. These young geniuses are more and more abnormal with each generation. I have never seen such an abnormal existence before. Moreover, he is only at the second sky of Law Fei's realm. I have never seen such an abnormal existence. If we let him grow to the fifth sky of Law Fei's realm, it will be terrible. I am afraid that all of us together will not be able to defeat one of his fingers. What did he say just now? He defeated Jia Gujenghao. It seems that this matter has been stirring up recently. It is said that someone crippled Jia Gujenghao. Is it this kid? At this time, in the face of the naked reality, they all lowered their arrogant heads. They had to admit Yi Shiwen's strength. They had to face Yi Shiwen's strength seriously. Even if Yi Shiwen had the record of defeating Jia Gujenghao, in their eyes, it was still just a child's play. If it was a child's play, then what were they who could not even defeat a child now? Were they stupid? Now, tell me, this time I joined the operation to encircle Yi Kuai. Who agreed? Who objected? Yi Shiwen stared at the many masters of Law Fei's realm. They were originally aggressive, but at this time they all lowered their eyes and did not dare to continue to look at Yi Shiwen. Even the most indignant old man was no exception. In front of the strong, age, seniority, and experience were all bullshit and fleeting clouds. Moreover, many people began to think that since Yi Shiwen was so strong, it might not be a bad thing for them to have such a strong teammate. Yi Shiwen saw that none of them objected, and knew that they had finally been deterred by him. All of their arrogance seemed to be too fragile in front of his strength. Since no one objected, then Yi Shiwen will officially join our team. Yi Zhongtian glanced at everyone and said, "Everyone should know what kind of person Yi Kuai is. Sinister and cunning are not enough to describe him. Moreover, he has many secrets of our Yi family. So this time, if we can catch him, we will catch him. If not, we will kill him on the spot. Moreover, we must find him faster than the people of the Dark Hall." Everyone nodded. Before they came, they more or less knew about this mission. However, since Yi Kuai's strength has reached the sixth sky of Law Fei's realm, this time, the main task of catching him will be me. You will be responsible for blocking his possible escape route. Yi Zhongtian was experienced in assigning tasks. Chapter 1194. Yi Shiwen nodded, but he kept it in mind. This Yi Kuai was actually at the sixth sky of the Transcendence realm, and since he escaped from the Dark Hall, it was obvious that he was not just an ordinary sixth sky of the Transcendence realm. Yi Shiwen was confident that he could fight against an ordinary sixth sky of the Transcendence realm, but if he came from a place like the Dark Hall, then it would depend on him. However, the main task of sniping was completed by Yi Zhongtian. Yi Kuai was not an ordinary person, but Yi Zhongtian was not an ordinary person either. Even if Yi Shui had broken through to the sixth sky of the Transcendence realm, she would only be at the peak of the sixth sky of the Transcendence realm. As for them, they were just responsible for blocking the possible escape route of Yi Kuai. This was a relatively easy job, although he was still not a match for an expert at the sixth level of the Transcendence realm. It was not a problem for him to just block them. Everyone should be very clear about the importance of this mission. The clan will not lack rewards after the mission. So everyone, you must go all out for this mission. Yi Zhongtian said and looked at the old man again. At this time, the surging qi and blood caused by the battle with Yi Shiwen had almost recovered. Okay, I will say this. Let's go quickly. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we won't be able to find Yi Kuai. Including Yi Shiwen, there were a total of 13 fifth sky and 6th sky of the Transcendence realm masters. Their flying speed was unimaginably fast. This was just a meeting place, but Yi Kuai was still hundreds of thousands of miles away from here. In order not to alert the enemy, they did not directly teleport there. Yi Shiwen was mixed in the crowd, looking inconspicuous. As he walked leisurely, he was able to firmly follow behind the crowd without falling behind at all. Although everyone knew that his strength was tyrannical, they also wanted to fight back from other places. They wanted to use speed to show Yi Shiwen their strength. They thought that even if his strength had reached the level of the fifth sky of the Transcendence Realm, his movement technique might not have reached this level. However, when they actually rushed, they realized that Yi Shiwen was leisurely strolling. As he walked, he could actually keep up with them who were rushing at full speed. Obviously, his speed was far more than that. In his heart, he was secretly shocked. What did it mean to have no shortcomings? This was it. Whether it was theoretical speed or comprehension of martial arts, he had reached a terrifying realm. If there was a shortcoming, it would be that his realm was not enough, far from enough. After seeing that Yi Shiwen was able to keep up with them with ease, everyone retracted their belittling thoughts in their hearts. No matter what, Yi Shiwen was now their companion. Yi Shiwen had only glanced at them, but how could he not guess what they were thinking? However, he didn't even have the thought of intimidating them. At this time, he was wholeheartedly thinking about Yi Kuai. Since they dared to betray the Dark Hall, they must have made full preparations, especially when their strength was a level higher than what he could handle at the moment. He had to go all out and be careful. Be careful! At this time, Yi Zhongtian, who was at the forefront of the team, said, "Although we are all from the Law Enforcement Hall, even I have to admit that in terms of selection, the Dark Hall is stricter than us. People who can be valued by them are almost the same if they are not geniuses. Moreover, this Yi Kuai has received a lot of special training from the Dark Hall. He is proficient in assassination and anti-tracking, so we must be careful." Everyone nodded, their expressions solemn. They had no choice but to be solemn because the person involved had already stepped into the sixth heaven of the Transcendence Realm. Strictly speaking, without Yi Zhongtian, they might have been easily slaughtered by the other party. Hence, they were only here to help in the interception. Yi Shiwen also listened carefully. These things were also beneficial to him. However, it would be a big mistake to call him a beginner who didn't know anything. In the past, whether it was in Yi Yuan School or True Martial School, he had received a lot of similar tasks. Many ruthless and cunning masters also died in his hands. Many of them couldn't even be solved for many years. However, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yi Shiwen. Soon, everyone had already flown over a mountain range. This mountain range was completely different from the ordinary green mountain range. It was a grayish-white scene like a gray world. It was completely different from the surrounding scenery, forming a completely different world. Moreover, the flowing gas also gave Yi Shiwen a familiar feeling. Devil energy. Yes, it was devil energy. This environment also gave Yi Shiwen a familiar feeling. It was the feeling of the devil world. When he was in True Martial World, he had gone to the devil world through the space channel, so he was very familiar with the devil world. He was also very familiar with the environment of the devil world. At this time, Yi Zhongtian, who was at the forefront, said, "Everyone be careful. Next, we will enter this devil mountain. Everyone must be careful. Don't let the devil energy invade your body." Yi Zhongtian didn't need to say anything. All kinds of experienced people had already opened their body protection aura, isolating the devil energy. At this moment, Yi Shiwen had already guessed the origin of this demon mountain. The demon race had once invaded the ancient Barons continent. Although they were repelled in the end, the ancient Barons continent still formed a place where demon aura gathered due to various reasons. It was called the Demon Domain. Just like the Chaos Demon Sea in the Endlessy region, it was also a similar place. It might be the burial place of a powerful devil. Although hundreds of millions of years had passed, the laws of the devil were not extinguished, and the devil body was immortal. The devil chi that was emitted from the devil body slowly formed such a desperate situation. It might also be that there was a precious treasure of the devil race left here. Over time, such a place might also be formed. Originally, the various clans of the ancient Barrens continent had joined forces to encircle many such regions. However, they realized that there were too many of them. As the devil race's footprints were all over the ancient Barrens continent, there were too many such devil domains left behind. It was impossible to eliminate them all. Moreover, they could be used to train the young experts of the younger generation. Therefore, they were tacitly preserved. At this time, everyone felt a little strange. Why would Yi Kuai escape to such a devil domain? However, they had already tracked him to this place. There was no reason to give up. Yi Zhongtian, are you sure that Yi Kuai entered this devil domain? At this time, a law manifestation realm expert asked. It was a warrior who looked like a middle-aged woman. She looked around and asked, Yes, it should be here. We have a spy. When Yi Kuai passed by, he pretended to sprinkle some powder on him. This powder is colorless and odorless, but it can be smelled with a special method. I smelled it, and he has indeed entered the infernal area. Yi Zhongtian nodded affirmatively, but his eyebrows were slightly knitted. Although he said so, in fact, the area of this devil territory was very large. There were few people in it, and unknown devils were born and growing in it. It was very dangerous. Moreover, the devil chi was flowing in this place, and it was impossible for them to absorb the devil chi. Therefore, they could only consume their own spirit crystals. They couldn't fight for a long time, which was their biggest disadvantage. Such a huge devil domain. I don't know where he is hiding. If we have to find him one by one, I don't know how long it will take. The middle-aged woman said somewhat gloomily, Moreover, why would he come to the demon domain for no reason? Although the demon domain has a certain impact on our battle strength, it is the same for him. Could it be that this traitor actually dares to collude with the demon race? In the ancient Barrens continent, the devil race had been defeated. Therefore, people didn't talk about the martial arts of the devil race as much as they did in the true martial domain. That was because the true martial domain was like an adult and an ant to the devil race. If the devil race were to invade with full force, the true martial domain wouldn't be able to withstand it. Therefore, people would talk about the devil race with fear. However, the ancient Barrens continent was equivalent to the devil race. In fact, they were even more powerful than the devil race. Therefore, they were much more relaxed. Although it wasn't a taboo to cultivate the martial arts of the devil race, it was still a taboo to collude with the devil race. This was something that no race in the ancient Barrens continent could tolerate. At this time, the only one who wasn't affected by the devil energy was Yi Shiwen. For him, whether it was the devil energy or the spiritual energy, it wasn't a problem at all. After cultivating the supreme magical power of the devil race, it wasn't a problem for him to control the devil energy. For others, it would limit their performance. However, for Yi Shiwen, it would allow him to display his combat power as usual. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight a protracted battle. It doesn't matter. As long as he still has that smell on him, we won't lose him. We will find him sooner or later. Yi Zhongtian waved his hand and said confidently. Everyone followed Yi Zhongtian and charged into the devil's territory again. In the devil's territory, there were devil winds blowing all year round, blocking the sunlight from shining in. There were many demons mixed in the devil winds. As for Yi Shiwen and the others, they were all tyrannical existences in the law manifestation realm. Every one of their bodies was surging with vitality. In the eyes of the demons, they were the most delicious meal. When they saw Yi Shiwen and the others charging in, they let out strange cries and charged towards them. Humph! Demons and monsters. Puny demons, how dare you spy on us? Yi Zhongtian snorted coldly and grabbed out with one hand. In an instant, many demons were crushed, clearing up the path ahead. At this time, the other experts also took action to clean up the demons. Yi Shiwen even took this opportunity to practice the great dragon capturing technique that he had just learned. With a casual grab, it was like a dragon's claw. It directly crushed the heavens and earth and killed countless demons. How could these demons be a match for these people? They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Soon, they were defeated and dispersed. More than a dozen people also rushed into the depths of the devil's territory. Suddenly, Yi Zhongtian stopped and waved his hand. Stop. I stopped here because I smelled the smell. Yi Kuai is nearby. After saying that, Yi Zhongtian's face suddenly changed. Hee, you are really sensitive. Chapter 1195. Immediately after, a tyrannical aura appeared in front of everyone. Without any concealment, a figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His body exuded a strange, powerful, and violent aura which made people unable to look directly at him. Yi Kuai, I didn't expect that you would dare to come to us before we could find you. Yi Zhongtian squinted his eyes and said. The man in front of them was the traitor Yi Kuai. That's right, I will chop off his head and go back to claim credit. He's going to die today. He's going to be converted into contribution points for me. At this moment, the crowd burst into laughter and spoke without restraint, as if he was already going to die. No, Yi Shiwen, no, be careful. Yi Mo's voice suddenly said, This is too abnormal. Yi Kuai betrayed the Yi family. The most normal thing to do is to run away as soon as possible. After escaping from the human territory, he could join any force, and there would be a lot of people who would welcome him. The last thing he should do is hide in here. Although the fighting power of human warriors is suppressed here, isn't he the same? There isn't much difference in essence. Yi Shiwen suddenly became vigilant. Indeed, Yi Kuai didn't flee for his life at this time, and even dared to take the initiative to appear in front of them. This was not normal at all. Ridiculous. Yi Kuai grinned and revealed a cruel smile on his face. You don't even know that you are about to die. It's really ridiculous. You actually wanted to follow me. Don't you know that I came from the Dark Hall? Don't you think that I don't know what tricks Yi family has up their sleeves? He walked forward and said, confidently, Do you think that I can't find you because you are colorless and odorless? Don't forget what I do. Whether it is tracking or anti-tracking, you can't catch up with me. Do you really think that I will be discovered by you? I just deliberately lured you here, and you still think that you are proud of yourself? It's really ridiculous. Yi Zhongtian and the others finally realized that something was wrong, but Yi Zhongtian didn't care too much about it. His formidable strength had given him such confidence. So what if you lured us here on purpose? You're just trapped in your own trap. As a traitor, not only did you not run away, you even dared to lure us here on purpose. It seems that this is your destiny. This is your destiny, Yi Zhongtian said confidently. Yi Kuai was indeed powerful, but he was not an ordinary person. Moreover, he had so many powerful warriors to help him. It would not be a problem to keep him here. Getting caught in a web of my own making? You guys are looking down on me, Yi Kuai. Yi Kuai sneered. With a wave of his hand, dozens of human heads appeared in the sky. You! Yi Zhongtian's eyes were wide open. These are the heads of the Dark Hall's experts. You actually... At this time, everyone looked over. Indeed, among these heads, there were some that they had met before. All of them were enraged. The Law Enforcement Hall and the Dark Hall had been competing in the dark for many years. However, they belonged to the Yi family after all. They were also of the same clan. So, how could they not be angry when they saw that the Dark Hall's experts had been killed by Yi Kuai? Yes, those idiots from the Dark Hall. I have to say that your Law Enforcement Hall is not as professional as the Dark Hall in this aspect. They found me much earlier than you did. But it's useless. They're just throwing away their lives. Yi Kuai sneered and said. He suddenly clenched his fist, and the dozens of human heads in the sky exploded on the spot. Don't worry. You'll soon meet them in the underworld. And at this time, Yi Kuai suddenly took a step forward and took the lead in charging towards these people. If it had been someone else, then he would have scolded them for being stupid. But this Yi Kuai was obviously not stupid, but he was truly tyrannical. He spread out his big hand and shrouded everyone. It was simply shocking. Everyone be careful. This is our Yi family's famous Golden Saint origin hand. Yi Zhongtian quickly shouted. At this time, Yi Kuai's big hand was instantly covered with golden light. It was as if his entire arm was made of gold. One claw was enough to break the world. At this time, a big saber appeared in Yi Zhongtian's hand. The saber began to emit a violent buzzing sound. Countless principles were intertwined and entangled on its surface. The aura of the saber instantly swept out, affecting the emotions of everyone present. Everyone fell into a state of remorse. This is regretless saber? It's a good saber technique. However, it's not necessarily better than people. Yi Kuai sneered and said. His gilded saint origin hand directly tore through the sky and grabbed towards Yi Zhongtian. At this time, he didn't care about the others at all, because he knew very well that among these people, only Yi Kuai was his real opponent. The others were just small fries. As long as Yi Kuai was killed, these people would also die. Traitor, take my saber and repent. Yi Zhongtian suddenly shouted in grief and indignation. The artistic conception of the saber instantly swept out. In an instant, it made people feel as if they were on the scene. He had already cultivated the artistic conception of the regretless saber to a very high level. The saber light broke through the sky and instantly slashed towards the Golden Saint origin hand. Boom! Two extremely overbearing martial arts collided in midair, instantly causing the entire space to distort crazily. Countless demonic chi was either chopped and exploded on the spot or swept away, turning into waves of chi, blowing the clothes of the people present, making them flutter. Both sides of the battle burst back more than 100 meters before they stopped. In terms of martial arts, there was a feeling that they were somewhat evenly matched. Kill! At this time, the others tacitly launched the formation. Their spiritual chi was pushed to the extreme. A large formation appeared out of thin air, like a cage, and instantly suppressed Yi Kuai. Break! Tear the sky with your bare hands! Yi Kuai let out a furious roar in the face of the cage that was pressing down on him. His golden hands broke through the void in an instant and smashed into the matrix. Then, the two giant hands suddenly tore open a hole in the matrix, and it exploded on the spot. Yi Shiwen didn't make a move from the beginning to the end, because he didn't know how they fought, let alone had any tacit understanding with them. Therefore, he could only wander on the edge of the battlefield, waiting for the opportunity to move, and be ready to launch the most fatal blow to Yi Kuai at any time. At the moment when Yi Kuai was attracted, Yi Zhongtian began to move. His hand instantly swept out a torrent of saber light and went straight to Yi Kuai's face. Scoundrel, eat my saber again. Regret and hatred. Yi Zhongtian's face became even more distorted, and regret and resentment emerged on his face. Yi Zhongtian's speed was extremely fast, and it was a sneak attack. Almost in an instant, he had already arrived in front of Yi Kuai. No wonder Yi Zhongtian was so confident earlier. If only based on strength, he was absolutely not inferior to Yi Kuai. Coupled with the cooperation of the others, he could absolutely capture Yi Kuai on the spot, or at least kill him on the spot. Yi Kuai seemed to realize that it was too late. A killing intention flashed in his eyes, and then a drum instantly appeared between his eyebrows. Dong! A huge drum sound rang out, and in an instant, countless devil chi in the surroundings began to boil, just like boiling water, violently twisting. Those saber lights that were rushing towards Yi Kuai were actually shattered into pieces in an instant, and simply could not get close to Yi Kuai's body. Damn it, demonic tool. Why do you have a demonic tool? Did you collude with the demon race? Yi Zhongtian widened his eyes and looked at Yi Kuai in disbelief. Initially, he did not believe it because the demon race was the enemy of all the races in the ancient Baron's continent. No matter what, the races in the ancient Barrens continent would absorb spiritual energy to cultivate. To them, devil chi was undoubtedly the dirtiest energy. If they accidentally absorbed it, they might be in danger. However, if the demon race wanted to rule the ancient Barrens continent, they had to transform the ancient Barrens continent into the same environment as the demon world. This was the most irreconcilable conflict between the two sides. Hence, if there were levels of betrayal, relying on the demon race would undoubtedly be the most despicable behavior. This drum was entirely black, and it was emitting waves of devil chi. Without a doubt, it was a demonic tool. So what if it is? How do you think they died in the past? Yi Kuai sneered. On top of his head, the demonic tool drum was constantly spinning, emitting rays of devil chi that seeped into his body. However, he did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. The result was already very obvious. Not only did you rely on the demon race, but you also cultivated a demonic technique. You betrayed your ancestors. Yi Zhongtian glared and said furiously, "Betrayed my ancestors? Ha 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 ha, what a joke!" Yi Kuai suddenly laughed out loud and said, "This ancestor, this sect, did they ever give me any benefits? Why are some people born as geniuses and can enjoy resources that far surpass us? As for us, we have to work hard and complete missions for the Yi clan with our lives. Yet, the resources we earn are nothing compared to them. No wonder there's a saying, talent determines everything. Just because they are talented, they are destined to climb above us for the rest of their lives? I'm not willing. I'm definitely not willing to continue like this. I'm also a genius, and I want to become a famous figure in the world. Do you understand this feeling? Do you?" "You're crazy," Yi Zhongtian said coldly. "If it wasn't for the Yi clan, you would have been living on the streets. Do you think you have the chance to cultivate an Earth-class technique? What a joke. Don't try to find excuses for your betrayal. You're nothing more than a traitor." Chapter 1196. Yi Shiwen shook his head. Humans were always like this. They never knew how to be content. Compared to the people outside, the people in the Yi clan were much better off than the people outside the Yi clan, no matter how miserable they were. Another greedy snake, trying to swallow an elephant. TSK, why are you talking so much to these people? In the end, it's still the same. We will kill them all. At this time, a group of experts appeared beside Yi Kuai. The black scales on their bodies glowed with a gloomy light. They were actually demons. They were different from the previous demons. The previous demons could only be regarded as creatures that grew up in the demon territory. They were completely different from these demons. The demons were hated by everyone in the entire ancient Barrens continent. They could only hide in these demon territories to escape the fate of being besieged. But when they really saw these demons appear, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. These demons all had surging auras and exuberant lifeblood. Every one of them was a terrifying expert at the 5th level of the Dharma characteristic realm and above. The leader of the demons was a great demon that had reached the 6th level of the Dharma characteristic realm. If there was only one Yi Kuai at the 6th heaven of the transcendence realm, then they might be able to deal with him. However, now that there was another one, it became a problem. Moreover, there were more than a dozen 5th heaven of the transcendence realm demon experts behind them. Suddenly, everyone felt a chill from the soles of their feet to their heads. Goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. It was unbelievable that there was actually a demon ambush here. At this time, everyone finally understood why those people from the Dark Hall would die tragically in the hands of Yi Kuai. Those people from the Dark Hall were not ordinary experts. Among them, there was no lack of existences at the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. They were strong enough to contend against Yi Kuai. Originally, taking down Yi Kuai should have been in the bag. Their speed was much faster than the people from the Law Enforcement Hall. Originally, the Law Enforcement Hall wouldn't have the chance to make a move. However, they were all defeated. Originally, everyone couldn't understand why they were defeated by Yi Kuai. No matter how strong Yi Kuai was, he was just a warrior at the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. But now they finally understood. They could completely imagine how those people from the Dark Hall had fallen into the encirclement of these people while they were completely defenseless. In the end, after fighting for a while, all of them had died tragically. Now, Yi Kuai was going to use this method on them. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end, and they felt sad for the loss of their own kind. Go, I'll stop them. Suddenly, Yi Zhongtian shouted out. The members of the Dark Hall had already been slaughtered. If they continued to stay, they would definitely die. Damn it, who gave us the information? He actually defected to the devil race, damn it. Bastard, after we return, we must send an expedition army to completely wipe out this demon domain. Damn it, it's already a kindness to let all of you prolong your existence. Yet not only do you not know how to be grateful, you actually dare to protect the traitor of our Yi clan. When we get back, idiots, do you think you can escape? Yi Kuai laughed hideously, not taking their words to heart. Really too naive. Yi Kuai smiled ferociously. Ever since he made this decision, he was prepared to be hunted down by the Yi clan. He suddenly hit the drum, and with a bang, the entire world seemed to be boiling. Countless demonic auras began to listen to his command and crazily crushed towards him. At this time, the experts of the devil race had also blocked the path to the outside. Go inside will cross the demon domain and go out from the other side. Yi Zhongtian saw this and quickly shouted. At this time, everyone from the Yi clan rushed towards the depths of the demon domain. Of course, this was not the only exit of this demon domain. It should be said that this was just an exit. As long as they could cross the demon domain, they could go out from other places. Everyone's speed was extremely fast, and they all rushed towards the demon domain. Leave this kid who is only at the 2nd sky of the law phase realm to me. Hee, I haven't eaten human flesh for a long time. The great demon commander at the 6th sky of the law phase realm laughed strangely and rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Swoosh! His speed was extremely fast, and the pair of wings behind him had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen in an instant. He directly opened his demon claws and grabbed towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's reaction was not slow at all. He directly spread out his hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Shattering Star Fist! A terrifying fist force suddenly blasted out and blasted towards the demon claws. Boom! With a terrifying collision, Yi Shiwen was blasted away by a terrifying force on the spot. There was even a little blood at the corner of his mouth, but his body also directly flew out with the help of this huge force. Damn, where do you think you're going? Seeing that his claw didn't even kill a kid at the 2nd sky of the Law Phase realm, the great demon commander suddenly became furious and directly chased after Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen's speed was only faster than him. The demon wings behind him suddenly spread out and instantly turned into a golden line. He instantly disappeared into the sky and directly chased after Yi Zhongtian and the others. Damn it, bastard. When I catch him, I'll definitely eat his brains raw, the great demon commander said angrily. He felt that he had lost his face in front of his subordinates, and he was abnormally depressed. At this time, Yi Kuai was not in a hurry and said coldly, "What's the hurry? Anyway, they can't run away. Today, none of them can escape. I will refine them into human medicine to make up for my loss. When the time comes, I can directly rush into the 7th sky of the Law Phase realm. You all will also benefit." Yi Shiwen would have been extremely shocked if he had seen this, because generally speaking, even if a human had surrendered to the devil race and cultivated into a human devil, their status in the devil race would still belong to the lowest group of people. Although there were some powerful people who held high positions in the devil race, but in the case of the same strength, the orthodox devil race would generally have a higher status. But in this small team, Yi Kuai actually occupied the leading position. You're right. They thought they could run away, but in fact, they jumped into the trap we set. The great demon commander was not annoyed, but just said with a smile, "Damn, if I wasn't accidentally discovered this time, I wouldn't have to escape in such a hurry. Once I leave, I'm afraid the spies we planted in the Yi family will be almost removed." Yi Kuai said with a cold expression, "Our bloodline, under the order of the great demon lord, was undercover in the Yi family. It has been passed down for so many generations, and we gradually gained the trust of the upper echelons of the Yi family. We finally had the opportunity to enter the core class, but we didn't expect to be discovered by that old guy. Because of Yi Genshin's death, that old guy is still persevering in investigating this matter, using the death of so many moths in exchange for Yi Genshin's life. Speaking of which, it is still a profit for us. It doesn't matter. Anyway, if Yi Junshan doesn't die, our clan won't be able to eat and sleep in peace. It is a great achievement to get rid of him. Now that the great demon lord finally got out of trouble, he needs to rest for a few years after returning to the demon realm. At that time, when our clan's army invades ancient times, your clan will be the royal clan of the human clan, ruling the world. Isn't it awesome?" The great demon commander said with a strange smile. "At that time, the great demon lord will inevitably give a lot of benefits. Last time. Don't forget about me." "Don't worry, I won't forget about you," Yi Kuai said indifferently. "But before I escaped, I heard that Yi Genshin's son actually came back. Damn it, he couldn't find the whereabouts of his son, no matter how hard he tried, leaving such a B***starred. Now when I leave the Yi family, he actually popped up. No, I have to mobilize the informants in the Yi family to find a way to get rid of this B***starred. Thinking of this, Yi Kuai suddenly had an idea and said, "I'll leave this place to you. I'll go back to the demon realm, first to see the great demon lord. Before, in order not to attract attention, I had to suppress my cultivation and didn't dare to improve too fast. Now I don't have to worry anymore. I have to improve my strength to the celestial being realm first. Otherwise I can't do a lot of things at all. Don't worry, leave this place to me. None of these guys can escape." The great demon commander laughed strangely. Without Yi Kuai, there was one less person to compete with him for the flesh and blood essence. With so many tyrannical masters, flesh and blood essence, his cultivation could go further and step into the 7th level of the law manifestation realm. At that time, it would be a whole new realm. Yi Kuai glanced at him and knew what he was thinking, but he didn't care. When he saw the great demon lord, his cultivation could be directly promoted to the celestial being realm. A mere 7th level of the law manifestation realm was nothing. "Then I'm leaving." As he said, Yi Kuai's figure had disappeared in front of the group of demons. "Haha, brothers, it's time to eat." At this time, the great devil commander let out a strange cry and led many devils and devils to fly in the direction of Yi Shiwen and the others in a grandiose manner. At this time, Yi Shiwen and the others were indeed in trouble, because they found that they had fallen into a trap. On the other side of the devil's domain, there was a well-prepared array. When they had just stepped into it, they were suddenly locked in it. Damn, they had planned this long ago. A 5th level of the law manifestation realm master roared. Definitely, they had already set up a trap, waiting for us to fall into it. Damn, Yi Kuai's crime is unforgivable. He actually wanted to rely on the demon race. He can't escape death. Everyone cursed and felt very depressed. They were directly caught in a trap. Even Yi Shiwen was no exception. Moreover, he knew that when the demon race caught up, things would be even more troublesome. Chapter 1197. Just as everyone was talking about it, the whole formation began to operate. A terrifying force was rampaging in it, as if it was going to tear everyone into a mass of flesh and blood. Damn, this is not good. Everyone, protect yourselves with Zhan Yuan, lest you get torn into pieces. Yi Zhongtian was the first to react. This formation didn't seem to be very lethal and didn't have any kinds of dangerous attacks. But in fact, this was the scariest part, because the attacks were everywhere. There was no problem of whether they could avoid it or not. Soon, they found that the tearing force was getting stronger and stronger, and the consumption of their zhenyuan was getting bigger and bigger. When their zhenyuan was exhausted, they would be torn into two halves on the spot. This was simply unavoidable. Because this was the domain of devils, which was full of devil chi, there was no way for them to replenish the zhenyuan that they had lost. Even if they used spirit crystals to replenish their zhenyuan, it wouldn't last long. At this time, the devil race had arrived. Sure enough, these humans are simply two-legged sheep. They are as stupid as pigs. They were fooled by such a simple thing and fell into our trap. Those devils saw that many experts of the Yi family were trapped in the trap and said in a mocking tone, "Ha ha. That's right, stupid. They only deserve to be the blood of our race. That's right. I can't wait to enjoy the taste of their essence and blood." The devil race was laughing weirdly. Damn, these damn devils, where is Yi Kuai? Did he escape? At this time, the people of the Yi family cursed. If it was the same formation just now, they might have been able to fight to the death. But Yi Kuai was there just now, and they were all trapped in the formation without him. Everyone, attack those formations. We must break this formation. At this time, someone suggested. Hearing this, everyone became spirited and attacked in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone attacked one after another, but they found that there was no way to break this formation. This formation barely fluctuated. There was no way to shake it. The only one who could shake the formation was Yi Zhongtian. This formation was set up by Yi Kuai and the great demon commander. Unless it was a master at the same level as them, it was impossible to shake this formation. Even if it was Yi Zhongtian, in this situation where he couldn't replenish his quintessential essence, even if he used all his quintessential essence, he still wouldn't be able to break this array formation, especially with the great demon commander eyeing him covetously from the side. Could it be that the heavens really want us to die? At this time, some people had already begun to despair. Everyone calm down. Although we are trapped in the formation, they won't be able to do anything to us for a while. All we can do is wait quietly. Now that the dark hall has been completely annihilated, we can't get out. It won't be long before the family members send someone to save us. Yi Zhongtian said calmly at this time. His calmness infected the others. They thought for a moment and agreed. Now, the only thing they could do was to wait for the people of Yi family to discover that they were missing and hadn't returned yet. Then they would realize that something was wrong and come to rescue them. Yi Shiwen mixed in with the others and attacked, but he wasn't as depressed as them. On the contrary, he was a bit excited because he found that this formation wasn't unbreakable. The only difference was that the strength needed to reach a certain point in order to completely break it, that was the strength needed to surpass Yi Kuai and the great demon commander. Otherwise, there would be no chance at all. Yi Zhongtian was tyrannical enough, but his quintessential essence wasn't enough to support him in breaking the formation. Eventually, he would be torn into two halves by the formation. This Ma Qi was no different from Ling Qi for him. It was no different from Ling Qi. This was his biggest advantage. He finally understood why Yi Kuai wanted to lead them here. If it was outside, even if it was the same formation, because there was Ling Qi to replenish it, these people could attack and scrupulously, and the effect of this formation would be greatly reduced. He could feel that a force in his body was tearing his flesh, as if it wanted to tear his flesh apart. If it was an ordinary person, they could only wait to minimize the consumption and wait as long as possible. However, Yi Shiwen was different. When this force rushed into Yi Shiwen's body, the divinity in his body suppressed this force. So he didn't have to worry about being torn into pieces by this force. He sat cross-legged on the spot. At this time, if he wanted to break out, the only way was to break through to the third sky of the Transcendence Realm. Only after breaking through to the third sky of the Transcendence Realm could he obtain the strength comparable to the sixth sky of the Transcendence realm. At that time, he could cooperate with Yi Zhongtian to have a chance to break this formation. Otherwise, there would be no chance at all. Instead of waiting for the illusory possibility of support, Yi Shiwen would rather believe in himself. Only when it was in his own hands, then it was his own. He had always believed in this way, and that was why he was able to come this far. He came to Yi Zhongtian's side and said, "Protect me!" Protect! Yi Zhongtian looked at Yi Shiwen in shock. He was a little incredulous. Of course, he knew what Yi Shiwen meant by this. Under normal circumstances, there was only one possibility that he would ask for protection, and that was when he was about to break through. Originally, if he were to break through, this was just a very normal thing. But what was not normal was that this was in the formation. Under the situation where they could be torn into pieces at any time, he actually wanted to break through. And that's right, protect me. Now, only when I break through, we can break through this formation together. If we wait for the family's rescue, God knows how long it will take. Instead of waiting for the illusory rescue, we might as well rely on ourselves. Yi Shiwen said with a firm expression. If it was someone else who said this, he was afraid that he would think that person was an idiot. Generally speaking, the most taboo thing to do during cultivation was to be disturbed, especially during closed-door training. It required an absolutely quiet place to have a chance of succeeding in closed-door training. In such an environment, even a genius would not be able to succeed. However, it was Yi Shiwen who said this. He might not believe in Yi Shiwen's actual combat ability, but he would not deny the magic of these geniuses. Each of these geniuses was a miracle in the world, and each of them was a gift from the Creator. They were fundamentally different from ordinary people like them. Perhaps their internal structure was also different. Weren't these people always able to create miracles? Otherwise, they wouldn't be called geniuses or heavenly talents. And at this time, did he have any other choice? Yi Shiwen's method was risky only for himself. For the others, it was undoubtedly the safest way because they did not have to personally try to break through. These people had already entered the peak of the 5th level of the law manifestation realm, and it had been a long time. In fact, it should be them who chose to break through, but they did not dare to break through in such an environment. The only way was to defend and wait for reinforcements. Now that Yi Shiwen made such a request, there was no harm for them. It was nothing more than protecting him. It was not a big deal at all. Therefore, Yi Zhongtian thought for a while and said, "If that's the case, we'll protect you. But don't force yourself. If anything goes wrong, immediately exit from the closed-door training state. We'd rather wait for the family to come and help than anything unexpected, especially since you're a famous genius in the family. It's not worth it to lose you here." When the others heard this, although they were a little uncomfortable, they had nothing to say because they were also very clear that in the eyes of the higher-ups, all of them might not be as valuable as Yi Shiwen alone. This was a very realistic problem, and they had long recognized this reality. Yi Shiwen nodded. Others weren't clear about it. However, he was very clear about it. He could maintain a clear and calm state of mind even in a battle as long as he had the enlightening mind ancient tree. So, there wouldn't be the slightest problem if he were to undergo closed-door training here. After getting Yi Zhongtian's assurance, Yi Shiwen immediately sat cross-legged in midair and directly entered a deep level of closed-door training. Seeing Yi Shiwen sitting cross-legged in closed-door training, the demons looked at him with some respect, especially the great demon commander. For him, it was simply a great shame that he could not catch Yi Shiwen with one claw. Among these people, the one he wanted to kill the most was Yi Shiwen. In his opinion, this was the first sign that Yi Shiwen would not be able to resist. Among these people, Yi Shiwen's martial power was the weakest, so he might be the first to succumb. He would have no choice but to meditate wholeheartedly in order to resist the tearing force of this Zhen method. This seemed to be normal. This kind of demon was not in a hurry at all. If these Yi family masters were forced into a corner, they might cause damage. Now, they could use the formation to wear them all down, achieving 0 damage. Naturally, this was the best. And time also passed in such a confrontation, day by day. Soon, these demons found something wrong, because the aura of Yi Shiwen's body was actually a little stronger. Originally, they thought that he might not be able to hold on for a day and would be torn on the spot, but after more than 2 months, there was no sign of him collapsing. On the contrary, he became stronger and stronger. One day after more than 2 months in the originally calm formation, everyone was almost unable to hold on, and the qi in their body was also getting less and less, so that everyone had to sit cross-legged in midair to speed up the recovery of qi like Yi Shiwen. Boom! A tyrannical aura instantly rushed out from Yi Shiwen's body. Chapter 1198. Immediately after, countless demonic auras were instantly sucked in and swirled around him. His entire body was like a huge cyclone, and this cyclone swept up wildly. This movement quickly attracted the attention of the demons waiting outside. In the past 2 months, they had waited for so long. The people in the array didn't have much qi left, and the pellets that could replenish qi were almost used up. Although there were still spirit crystals, everyone knew that the spirit crystals were spiritual energy that had been purified many times. After all, it couldn't be transformed into qi immediately because there were impurities in it. Only those pellets that could replenish qi could be transformed into the needed qi immediately. They were now in a state of near death, and they could only wait quietly. There were even several times when the demons couldn't help but open the array and rush in. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that these warriors had fallen into their weakest state to kill them. Then they wouldn't have to continue waiting for them to die slowly. However, they were all stopped by the great demon commander. Although he was ferocious, he wasn't a brainless person. These people were just turtles in a jar, and they would die at any time. There was no need to pay any price for them. After all, there weren't many demons who could come to the ancient Baron's continent. In other words, one of their people dying was one less person. Even if it was 100 for one, it wasn't worth it. However, he didn't expect such a thing to happen now. The demonic aura formed a huge cyclone around him, and it surged into his body crazily. It seemed that he didn't care whether it was demonic aura or spiritual energy. A hint of anxiety flashed across the great demon commander's face. He had a bad premonition. At his level of cultivation, premonition was like a sixth sense, and it was usually very accurate. However, he couldn't let go of the humans in the array and leave. Moreover, he didn't think that Yi Shiwen would really pose any threat to him. Yi Shiwen was just a kid at the 2nd level of the law manifestation realm. Even if he entered the 3rd level of the law manifestation realm, he was just a stronger ant. At the same time, in the courtyard of the Luoyia city branch of the Yi family in Mount Qi family, several family members, including Yi Junhai and Yi Jianyin, had gathered in the small courtyard where Yi Shiwen was. It's been more than 2 months, but there's still no news from when, or could something have happened to him? Yi Jianyin, who had a fiery temper, was the first to speak. He shuddered. He didn't dare to imagine that his second brother's only son had just returned. If something bad happened to him, how would they explain it to his second brother? Any news from the law enforcement hall? Yi Junhai glanced at Yi Mao and asked. The law enforcement hall seems to be treating this matter as a taboo, as if it's related to some secret. However, they didn't say that second brother has been born, so it shouldn't be that bad. Yi Mao comforted him. Everyone nodded, slightly at this time. At this time, no news was also the best news. It was much better than sudden bad news. They didn't know what kind of task Yi Shiwen had accepted. Originally, they thought that Yi Shiwen had just accepted an ordinary task. With his strength, completing an ordinary task wouldn't be difficult at all. So, there was nothing to worry about in the beginning. However, as time passed, there was still no news from Yi Shiwen. This made them a little anxious. Even if they went to ask the law enforcement hall also treated this matter as a taboo. In other words, there were some things that they shouldn't know. Tomorrow is the ancestral worship, ceremony. If it doesn't work, we'll wait for the ancestral worship ceremony. Then we'll go all out to find winner. Yi Junhai said. Yi Jianyent's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness when he heard this. Perhaps they had sunk into depravity for too long. It had been so long that they might spend the rest of their lives like this. But now, for the sake of their only son, they had to do something even if they didn't want to. Mao, or go and get ready. Tomorrow you'll represent our Luoyes City branch family in the battle. I originally wanted Wen-Er to fight. With his strength, he should be able to stand out in the ancestral worship ceremony. But now there's no news at all. So I can only let you fight, said Yi Junhai. Although the battle in the ancestral worship ceremony was free to register, generally speaking, regardless of whether it was the main family or the branch family, they had to send their own representatives to participate. These representatives were often the elites of the main family and the various branch families. For example, Yu Mao had basically entered the law manifestation realm. Among the younger generation, he was also one of the elites. Originally, it was decided that Yi Shiwen would represent the Luoyes City branch family in the battle. Now, Yu Mao had to participate. Yu Mao didn't hesitate at all. After all, he represented the Luoyes City branch family in the previous few battles. At that time, his strength was far from the law manifestation realm. He wasn't even eye-catching among the transcendent realm experts. He was eliminated within 2 rounds. Because the Luoyes City branch family had just been established not many years ago, it wasn't like the other branch families. There were experts of all ages among the younger generation. So, every time the participants were the elites of the younger generation who were at least in the law manifestation realm. This was Yi Mao's first time participating in the Yi family's ancestral worship ceremony as a law manifestation realm expert. In this regard, Yi Kai and Yi Qiao did not have any objections. They were only at the half-step transcendence realm. For a large number of young warriors, they were naturally considered elites. However, compared to the elites of the elites who could come to participate in the ancestral worship ceremony, they were still not enough. They knew very well that they did not want to participate. On the other side, Yi Shiwen's aura was getting stronger and stronger as he sat cross-legged above the array. The uneasy expression on the demon clan's faces became more and more serious. Boom! A golden blood aura soared into the sky, instantly dispersing the demon aura entrenched on the surface of Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen slowly opened his eyes. Stars seemed to be born and extinguished in his eyes. It was incomparably deep. Ah! Yi Shiwen let out a long roar. Countless divinities on his body were boiling. It directly shook off the demon aura, forming waves of demon aura that spread in all directions. The momentum was terrifying. Not good. I don't know what method this little bastard used. It's actually so shocking. Remove the array and kill him. At this time, the great demon commander seemed to have finally realized that something was wrong. At this time, these devils finally realized that something was wrong. So, they hurriedly removed the array formation. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that Yi Shiwen hadn't completed his amazing transformation to kill him. A hint of sharpness flashed in Yi Shiwen's eyes. Originally, he wanted to join forces with Yi Zhongtian to break this array. Now, it seemed that there was no need at all. He looked at Yi Zhongtian on the side. At this time, although he was slightly better than the others, he was actually not much better. For more than 2 months, he had to constantly use his qi to resist the tearing force. It had already made his body very weak. If this continued, even a kid at the first level of the law manifestation realm could easily kill him. Among these people, only Yi Shiwen, who could absorb demon aura like spiritual aura, was not affected at all. On the contrary, with the help of the demon aura, he broke into the 3rd level of the law manifestation realm in one fell swoop in the past 2 months. But now it was just right. The array was removed, saving him a lot of effort. Damn human! I don't care what tricks you have up your sleeves. Go to hell! At this time, a demon at the 5th level of the law manifestation realm had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. There was a grin on his face. At this time, he seemed to be able to see the scene of Yi Shiwen being blown up on the spot. As for the people next to him, they didn't even have time to rescue him because they found that there was not much qi left in their bodies. More than 2 months had worn down their sharpness, and their reaction was far from as fast as before. Courting death! Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. He turned into a ball of golden light and directly rushed toward the demon. Bang! The devil at the 5th level of the law phase realm exploded on the spot and turned into a cloud of blood mist. The Tianyuan mirror absorbed the blood mist and transformed it into profound qi, which poured into Yi Shiwen's body. He only felt that his strength had become more tyrannical. His foundation and realm, which were originally not very stable, suddenly became much more stable. These demons had encountered him and the Tianyuan mirror. It was basically equivalent to meeting their nemesis. Damn it! At this time, those demons saw that one of their companions was so easily killed by Yi Shiwen. Suddenly, their expressions changed drastically. They finally realized that the guy in front of them seemed to have completed the transformation and became abnormally terrifying. However, several demons at the 5th level of the law manifestation realm wanted to escape, but it was too late. Because of inertia, they had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen attacked like a storm. In an instant, these demons who could not stop in time and rushed over were blown up on the spot. These demons at the 5th level of the law manifestation realm were not his opponent at all. Even when he was only at the 2nd level of the law manifestation realm, Yi Shiwen was only afraid of the great demon commander. As for the others, he did not care at all, not to mention that he had now entered the 3rd level of the law manifestation realm. Amazing, this is the power of a top genius. Those Yi family's law manifestation realm experts quickly took advantage of the time when the array was removed to recover their qi. Without the power of the array tearing them apart, it was much easier for them to recover. Chapter 1199. They were super experts at the law manifestation realm, and the quintessential essence in their bodies was as thick as the Yellow River. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to exhaust their quintessential essence, no matter how much it consumed. Moreover, their recovery speed was very fast. In just a moment, they had recovered a small portion of their quintessential essence. Unless it was a big move, it was difficult to exhaust their quintessential essence. They were shocked to see that Yi Shiwen had slaughtered those devils who were as strong as them, just like slaughtering chickens and dogs. At this time, they truly understood why some people were Heaven's Pride experts, and some people could only be ordinary people. It would be very difficult for them to deal with any one of them if they were in Yi Shiwen's place. In fact, they could only be regarded as evenly matched. However, they were no different from ants in Yi Shiwen's hands. Damn human! At this time, the great demon commander was furious. Not only did he fail to kill Yi Shiwen, but he also slaughtered a few of his subordinates who were at the 5th heaven of the law manifestation realm. This was something he didn't expect. Although he had a bad temper, he was definitely not a brainless person since he was sent to the ancient barons as a spy. He knew very well that it wasn't easy for him to replenish his strength in the ancient barons. Hence, he would rather choose to let these people die slowly than to make a move directly. This was to prevent too many casualties. Who knew that there would be so many casualties in one go? Even when he besieged the Dark Hall previously, there weren't so many casualties. He immediately roared and pounced towards Yi Shiwen. His body seemed slow, but it was actually fast. In just a moment, he had already pounced in front of Yi Shiwen. Countless fist shadows appeared in the sky and completely sealed Yi Shiwen's surroundings, forcing him to face it head-on. Although this great demon commander had a bad temper, his attack was already unexpectedly powerful. Or rather, it could be said that he had experienced hundreds of battles and was far more powerful than Yi Shiwen's original estimation. If it was against the previous Yi Shiwen, perhaps this move could directly force him into a dead end. This was because there was no space for him to escape. There was no way to retreat. Regardless of which direction he went, it was useless. He couldn't escape at all. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid of confronting him head-on. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, drew a huge star, and suddenly punched. Countless violent auras burst out from his body in an instant. Everything around him was dyed into a world of stars and universe. He stood in the universe like the only true god in this universe. The entire universe was about to be dominated by him. Boom! Yi Shiwen's Big Bang Stardust Fist instantly blasted down. The stars illuminated the entire universe, creating a torrent that instantly broke through those torrents and blasted towards the great Devil Commander. Damn it! How can he be so powerful? At this moment, the great Demon Commander suddenly had a bad premonition and sensed great danger. He pushed off with the tip of his toes and flapped his wings crazily. His figure suddenly moved horizontally. However, Yi Shiwen didn't intend to let him go. He rushed towards his position once again. The radiance of the shattered star fist illuminated the entire void. Damn it! How can he be so tyrannical? The great demon commander retreated all the way. He constantly blasted out various demonic techniques, trying to block Yi Shiwen's fist pressure. However, he found that he couldn't stop Yi Shiwen's shattered star fist at all. The great devil commander saw that Yi Shiwen wasn't going to give up, so he immediately clenched his teeth. The fleshy wings on his back constantly flapped, and he instantly condensed a seal in his hand. Then an innumerable amount of magic power started to boil inside his body. Demonic domination of the world. His fist suddenly blasted out, and a mighty torrent of martial arts covered the vast sky. It fiercely collided with Yi Shiwen's Big Bang Stardust Fist. Boom! The collision between the two sides instantly swept out a terrifying energy frenzy from the point of collision, and swept in all directions crazily. It was as if a universe had just exploded and was just born. I've never heard of a human like you. I've never seen a warrior at the 3rd level of the law manifestation realm who can actually compete with me. Unfortunately, you're only at the 3rd level of the law manifestation realm. If you're at the 6th level of the law manifestation realm, you can definitely kill me with one punch. The great demon commander blocked all of Yi Shiwen's attacks. The star power explosion couldn't hurt his tyrannical, demonic body. Yi Shiwen's only weakness was seen through by the great demon commander in an instant. Indeed, as he imagined, Yi Shiwen's biggest weakness was his realm. If he could step into the 6th level of the law manifestation realm, then these ferocious demons would just be like ants in his eyes. They wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow and wouldn't be a match for him. However, it could only be regarded as a conjecture, but it's more than enough to kill you. At this time, Yi Shiwen sneered. He took a step forward and slammed his palm directly towards the great demon commander. A terrifying power was boiling in it. Arrogant. The great demon commander snorted coldly at this time. He took a big step forward and didn't retreat at all. He directly faced Yi Shiwen and blasted out a punch. Countless demon martial arts that he knew were integrated into it. It was almost as if the entire demon realm would descend with this punch. Boom! The two terrifying martial arts collided in the air, directly causing a series of crazy explosions. It directly forced the surrounding demon experts and Yi family experts to retreat frantically. There was no way to resist this terrifying power. Everyone, let's kill all the other demons while Yi Shiwen is holding back the great demon commander. Don't let a single one of them go. At this time, Yi Zhongtian shouted. With Yi Shiwen holding back these demons for them, they had almost recovered in the blink of an eye. Of course, there was no way to replenish the elixirs that they had consumed previously. For them, it was already worth celebrating to be able to escape. What else could they ask for? Although they had not fully recovered, with Yi Zhongtian, a terrifying expert in the sixth heaven of the law manifestation realm. It could be said that they were like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. They directly rushed into the demon clan. With Yi Zhongtian as the arrowhead, the demon clan was directly routed, and several of them were killed in a face-to-face attack. Although there were many demons on the side, they were not a match at all. A large number of them were annihilated when they came into contact with the attack. Damn it, bastard! The great devil commander was furious when he saw the experts of the Yi clan wantonly slaughtering his subordinates. These were his elite troops, and also the most fundamental strength for him to compete with the other devils. But now they were being wantonly slaughtered. For him, it was simply a great humiliation. However, under Yi Shiwen's obstruction, there was no way for him to get close at all. He could only watch his subordinates being slaughtered. Damn it! How did you become so strong? The great demon commander was a little regretful at this time. He was simply nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity. One must know that before, Yi Shiwen was not a match for him at all. Although he could not defeat Yi Shiwen in a hurry, it was actually not a big deal. It was just a matter of time. However, who knew that after more than 2 months, Yi Shiwen would become so tyrannical? He actually had a breakthrough. Under such circumstances, it was already very impressive for an ordinary person to not be torn into pieces, let alone a breakthrough. In his opinion, this was simply impossible. However, Yi Shiwen did it. This was something he could not imagine, and now it was too late for regrets. However, he obviously forgot that Yi Zhongtian was there before. In the case of the absence of Yi Kuahai's cooperation, even if he wanted to kill his way into the formation, it would be impossible. In the end, the only possibility was that both sides would suffer. Today will be the day you die. Yi Shiwen sneered. All of them would become the nourishment for Tianyuan Mirror. Tianyuan Mirror would need a lot of blood essence if it wanted to advance into a top-level, earth-level divine tool. Naturally, the blood essence of the devil race would be the best. As he spoke, Yi Shiwen took a step forward. In the air, he directly grabbed a dragon claw with the great dragon capture technique and directly grabbed the great demon commander. Damn it! The great demon commander cursed and directly faced it. He did not know how someone could be so tyrannical. With the cultivation of the third sky of the law manifestation realm, Yi Shiwen could actually suppress him, a master of the sixth sky of the law manifestation realm. However, at this time there was no other way. Boom! 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 Both sides fought. The more Yi Shiwen fought, the stronger he became. After breaking through to the third sky of the law manifestation realm, the original realm barrier no longer existed, and the improvement of his strength was no longer an obstacle. On the contrary, the great demon commander was getting weaker. Although the great demon commander was considered a group of cannon fodder in the entire devil world, although they were one of the 8 major royal clans, they were also the most cannon fodder. That was not to say that the great demon commander was too weak, but there were too many of them, so they could only exist as cannon fodder. Among the great demon commander, there were also noble aristocrats. To be precise, they were the 8 major royal clans. Although the other great demon commanders were also in the same clan, they obviously did not enjoy the benefits of the 8 major royal clans. And he was the aristocrat among the great demon clan. He was born with a very tyrannical physical body, and he had received countless training. At a young age, his cultivation was already tyrannical. He had always been very confident in his physical body, but he was facing Yi Shiwen, who had the tyrant body. Yi Shiwen's every palm could directly shake his entire arm to the point of numbness. The entire battle was completely at a disadvantage. Chapter 1200. Yi Shiwen's tyrannical physique reminded him of the terrifying races in the devil domain that were known for their physical strength. Yi Shiwen was stronger than them. Most importantly, Yi Shiwen was only at the 3rd level of the law manifestation realm. He should have been the one being suppressed. But now the situation was completely reversed. You're defeated. Yi Shiwen shouted and clenched his fist. he suddenly blasted out a terrifying torrent of star power, which directly overturned the demon lord. The great demon lord had no way to avoid it, so he could only face it head-on. Boom! An incomparably terrifying collision sound was heard, and an unparalleled, terrifying force swept out in an instant. Crack! A crisp sound was accompanied by a blood-curdling screech of that great devil commander. That great devil commander's entire arm was completely shattered by Yi Shiwen's vibration, and it softly fell down. Yi Shiwen attacked with all his strength, and the terrifying force directly broke one of the demon lord's arms. He screamed and frantically fled backward while holding onto his arm. But how could Yi Shiwen give him a chance to escape? He instantly kicked the demon lord's spine. Bang! The spine that ran through his entire body was immediately broken by Yi Shiwen's kick. Although his spine was as hard as steel, but how could it be compared to Yi Shiwen's strength? Yi Shiwen's current strength was so terrifying that even a mountain range could be directly kicked into powder by him, let alone a spine. The spine was the place that connected the brain to the whole body. The consequences of breaking it could be imagined. He was directly paralyzed on the spot, and he fell directly to the ground with a bang, smashing a big hole. How could this be? I can't accept it. I can't accept it. At this time, the great demon lord roared in disbelief. At this time, the relationship between the two sides, between the hunter and the prey, was suddenly reversed. Originally, he had been able to play with Yi Shiwen and the others like mice. He had chased them into the Jeanneray like stray dogs. However, in the blink of an eye, this mouse had turned into a man-eating tiger. His original position as the hunter had suddenly turned into that of the prey. What's there to be unwilling about? You're really stupid, Yi Shiwen sneered and said. You probably never thought that you would fall into my hands. The great demon commander looked at Yi Shiwen in horror. That's right, the person he looked down on the most was Yi Shiwen, or rather, he did not take Yi Shiwen seriously at all. The only person he was truly afraid of was Yi Zhongtian, who was also at the 6th level of the law phase realm. However, he didn't expect that Yi Zhongtian didn't really cause any harm to him. Instead, it was this kid who he had never really taken seriously who gave him a fatal blow. A bloody light flew out from Yi Shiwen's body, and a simple and unadorned mirror instantly blossomed with a brilliant bloody light. An evil aura instantly swept out and enveloped the great devil commander. Soon, the great demon commander issued a burst of blood-curdling screams, and then turned into a mass of blood mist, which was then absorbed by the Tianyuan mirror. After absorbing this mass of blood essence, the Tianyuan mirror divided a part of the blood essence into chi essence and entered Yi Shiwen's body. The rest was completely absorbed by the mirror, and the entire mirror emitted bursts of bloody light. Yi Shiwen closed his eyes and digested the essence of the great demon commander's blood essence. He was only at the 3rd level of the Transcendence Realm, although his combat power was comparable to the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm. It couldn't change the fact that he was only at the 3rd level of the Transcendence Realm. Even if only a small part of the great blood essence of the 6th level of the law phase realm was absorbed by him, it was still a great harvest for him. He could feel that his cultivation had taken a big step forward, and he was not far from reaching the peak of the 3rd level of the law phase realm again. He was suddenly in a good mood. At this time, Yi Zhongtian and the others had also completed the encirclement of the demons and demons. At this time, they looked at Yi Shiwen with a slightly complicated expression. Of course, they could see that the simple and unadorned mirror was probably not a righteous magic weapon. After all, who had heard of a righteous magic weapon that could absorb humans' blood essence? However, they didn't care about it. After all, they weren't the kind of righteous moralists. They would do anything in order to complete their tasks. Who didn't know 1 or 2 demonic techniques that could be used at critical times? Therefore, they weren't very concerned about this matter. The only troublesome thing was that it might be related to the demon race. The demonic aura was dense. In the ancient Barrens continent, Using demonic martial arts and magic weapons wasn't a big deal. However, if it was related to the demon race, it would still be somewhat troublesome. Although there might not be people who would make a fuss about it, once someone did, it might be a big problem. However, Yi Shiwen had just saved them. At this time, they naturally wouldn't say anything. They just pretended that they didn't see it. Yi Shiwen naturally knew that the Tianyuan mirror was exposed, but only a little. They might not even know the attributes of the Tianyuan mirror, so they didn't care at all. Yi Shiwen, no matter what, this time, we are indebted to you for saving our lives. If you have any requests in the future, just let us know. Yi Zhongtian said at this time, cupping his hands. Yi Shiwen was originally very important in his eyes. A kid at the 2nd level of the Transcendence Realm was able to contend with a genius at the 5th level of the Transcendence Realm. He couldn't help but look down on Yi Shiwen, but it was different this time. After killing the demon at the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm, he faintly regarded Yi Shiwen as an equal existence, or even an existence that was a level higher than him. At least he was very clear that although they were both at the 6th level of the Law Manifestation Realm, in the eyes of the higher-ups, their statuses were worlds apart. Yi Shiwen might still need his help now, but in the future he might not even be qualified to look up to Yi Shiwen. There was no harm in making a good relationship now. The masters of the Yi family behind him were not unconvinced at this time. Originally, they might still be unconvinced of Yi Shiwen, the genius, and always felt that he was nothing great. But now, after this incident, they couldn't help but admit that perhaps these geniuses could stand out from thousands of people because they were indeed outstanding. Yes, if you need anything in the future, just let us know. We won't hesitate to go through fire and water. If we can do it in the future, we won't hesitate to help. Everyone said one after another. Yi Shiwen saved their lives, and it was also a fact. These people were not so complicated, and they were clear about right and wrong. It's just a piece of cake. You don't have to be so polite, Yi Shiwen said with a wave of his hand. Well, if that's the case, let's hurry back to avoid trouble. Now that we lost Yi Kuai, this matter must be reported to the higher-ups. Also, whether we should send troops to destroy this devil's territory is also a problem. We can't delay for a moment, Yi Zhongtian said. Maybe there will be a Heaven Realm expert who will personally deal with it. Then, we won't be needed anymore. They had allowed Yi Kuai to escape, and even the Dark Hall had suffered losses. However, that did not mean that this was the end of the matter. On the contrary, this was just the beginning. Only, this matter now involved the Demon Clan. Thus, it was not something that they could handle. It was likely that Sky Human Stage experts would have to personally take action. It should be known that Heaven Realm experts were different from Law Manifestation experts. Even in the entire ancient Barrens continent, Heaven Realm experts were considered influential figures. Any Heaven Realm expert would receive sufficient respect in any force. Other than the legendary gods, they were the group of people closest to gods. In this era where gods didn't appear, they were the group of people who dominated the entire ancient Barrens continent. If a Heaven Realm expert really took action, then this matter really wasn't something they could interfere with. Yi Shiwen was also very clear that the experts who surpassed the Law Manifestation Realm were in the Heaven Realm. As the name suggested, they had truly achieved the realm of being one with the world. If the Transcendent Realm was said to be the beginning of touching the laws of the world and using the laws to train their body, then the Law Manifestation Realm was said to use the laws of the world that they had comprehended to weave a small world that belonged to them. In this small world, they were the gods. As for being one with the world, it was to directly fuse with the Heaven's Way. Every action of the Heaven's Way would be imbued with the Heaven's Way's might. It would be able to utilize the might of the world to attack you. As such, in front of a true Heaven Realm expert, a Law Manifestation expert wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. To put it in simpler terms, if the Heaven's Way was a group company, then once you reached the Transcendent Realm, you would begin to understand the various departments of the company. What's the business, the composition of the personnel, and so on would be thoroughly understood. These were the laws that they had to comprehend. After reaching the law manifestation realm, when you understood the composition of the company, the group company would authorize you to establish a subsidiary company that belonged to you. It would simulate the company's operations and practice how to operate the company. When a person could completely understand how the company operated, he would have already reached the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm. When he took another step further and entered the heaven realm, it would be like being transferred from the subsidiary company to the head office. By then, he would be able to borrow the head office's power for every action. In the past, the competitors of the subsidiary company wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the head office's power. They would be easily crushed into powder. In the past, it could only be considered as using the Heaven's Ways laws to increase the power of one's martial arts. It could only cater to the rules of the Heaven's Ways laws. However, after ascending to the heaven realm, one could borrow the power of the Heaven's Way to defeat any enemies that went against him.